Oh, okay. I think we're good. Hi. Whoa. Hi there. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully everybody's doing well and feeling well. Hang on a second here. Scroll down a little bit. KH, AGM, Flash Monkey, Sentinel, Dragoon, Aqua, Lilac, what's going on? Dave, Illusional, CT, Sound Alerts, Stones, what's going on? I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope you're feeling well. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you got to sit down and play some games and relax, or maybe you got some stuff done and now you're ready for the week. Ooh, excuse me. Let me go back up here. Greetings. I'm tired. I believe that thought of you yesterday, since I assume what happened. I'm assuming there was an update or an event that happened in the conflict over there. I hope you're okay, Flash. I hope everything is all right. I hope everybody you know is okay. And I wish everybody could be okay, to be honest with you. Hello. I have to ask who picked the music. Why is it like that? Who picked the music for the newest Sandland trailer? They need a raise. I have it clicked. I'm not gonna listen to it now in case I get demonetized for that. But I'll keep that video open so I can check it out later. Thing about wasn't actually tired. Oh, I'm actually tired because extended social presence near me drains my body's batteries. Agreed. But it's sometimes depending on the situation, it's a good drain. Perfect timing. That's a late night host entrance. Yeah, you gotta have the applause. You gotta have coming out and waving to everybody, and then you gotta have the Wii music, the Wii Sports music that we were messing with the other day. Today's a bit worse about it because I had to leave the house for something at 5 p.m. Yeah, I hope you're safe. I hope you're safe over there. Beat Tomb Raider 1 remastered over the weekend, and man, that game could use some yellow paint. Yeah, I mean, the original Tomb Raider, the OG, is I've beaten that game a few times, and it used to have, I don't know, I felt like it was okay. Like, I never really had a problem with climbing in that game, like figuring out where to go to climb. Half the time, well, no, that's not true, because there were some times where it didn't stand out, right? It's early PS1 graphics, 3D graphics. Everything is sort of flat and textured, so there's not a lot of depth. There's no tricks to let you know, if you look up at a wall and it's a rocky texture and there's a hole that you're supposed to jump to, there's nothing there to indicate that it's there. It just looks like, if you don't, especially in early PS1 days, if you don't know to look for that, you forget, or you don't find it. Finished Remake, gonna start Intergrade soon. I have to start Intergrade. I didn't do Intergrade. I didn't do Intergrade, and I didn't do Crisis Core yet. Really close to finishing my New Game Plus run of Crosscode, and then I'm probably moving on to Assassin's Creed Unity. Several people get mad at me on Twitter because I'm not a fan of games retroactively in adding story elements to quests I've already done. Win games with games I've beaten, because what's wrong with that? Do you hate others having, what's this? Do you hate others having relatability? That's not what I said, but okay. Yeah, I know. It's Dragoon. I'm not even going to touch that topic. I'm just going to say it's getting a little more hostile than usual over on Twitter. You got to get some mods for, you got to get some mods for Unity, you mean? But I'm having a good day regardless. I put 210 hours into Rebirth. 210 hours. I mean, that's well over double what I put into it. I have arrived to disagree with everyone. Was it mom? If I don't want to explain it to you all, there's an immediate reason. Wait, mom? Huh? The OG Tomb Raider used to have white paint on ledges. It wasn't, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't really have that easy of a time. Like, I played that game multiple times and I would still get super lost, which I know is probably strange for me, but I think a lot of it back then was also, I mean, there were times in games like that where I didn't know where to go because it never occurred to me to look up. You know what I mean? Tomb Raider aged like OG Resident Evil. Yeah. See, okay. That's a good question. What do you think is easier to go back to? OG Tomb Raider or OG Resident Evil? See, I say OG Tomb Raider is easier to go back to. I would rather go back to that because at least that gameplay feels stiff and janky but familiar. We don't really have a ton of third-person games like the original Resident Evil games. We don't really have a ton of that. So that, the tank controls, the camera, the lock camera, like, we don't have a lot of that anymore. As I played it, I picked up the pattern, but it was tough going at first. Yeah, early PS1, but is that a texture or an interactable? Like, like somebody brought up yellow paint. If any games needed something like yellow paint back then, it was then. Now, I think you could kind of get away with it. Oh, look at those rocks in that strange pattern that looks exactly like a ladder. Oh, I think I can climb that. I feel like you could probably get away with that nowadays. You still have people like me that are going to get lost. But back then, you needed arrows and yellow lights, yellow paint. You needed it. Finally finished my taxes. Oh, yeah, that's today. Today is tax day. But I realize I am not good at stuff like this. Otherwise, earlier I visit the grocery store. I've never been. A grocery store I've never been to, as well as a cute furniture store, and enjoy that. Now I'm learning more about orbitals, and feeling. What are orbitals? Wait, now I want to know what that is. Aren't those those little squishy balls that you put in the water? Yeah, Aqua. If I'm being completely honest, all that stuff, like what I call the grown-up stuff, right? Doing your taxes and whatnot. I don't know. I miss the gene that makes people good at that stuff. Hey, Solar. Hold on, go down. Was the new Tomb Raider collection only for Switch? No, I think it was for multiple things. Integrate really helps. It's not needed for Rebirth, but does give context on some characters that you saw in chat. Yeah, I saw them and I thought, okay, that's probably Rebirth. One of them was great. There was one of those characters in particular that I kind of liked. Yuffie was one of my favorite parts of the chapter. I started replaying Sonic Frontiers. It's the first time since launch that I'm playing the game on Xbox, and it definitely is noticeably nicer. Started to play Fallout New Vegas yesterday. Yeah, apparently the show has got a bunch of people starting to play Fallout games. Their concurrent user base has like gone up for a bunch of the different games, especially 4. I never played a Fallout game. I never played one. I'm going to try and skim through these because there's a lot of them. Resident Evil, Tomb Raider. Wow, you guys say Resident Evil. I'd say Tomb Raider aged worse than RE. Interesting. How bad was the checkpoint system in OG Tomb Raider? I don't remember it being too bad. I feel like for the most part it was. I mean, it's not like it is today where every time you turn a corner there's an autosave, but you had to save manually. But I don't know. I felt like when I played Tomb Raider, I never felt like, wow, there's way too much space in between save points. Mono Control and TR Remaster feels pretty good. Tomb Raider has some cheap kills, in my opinion. I mean, but do we think Resident Evil had some cheap kills? The hunters and the lickers, I mean. Like, I feel like some of those were kind of like, oh, that kind of came out of nowhere. I'm going to go... It's an exercise. I don't have the ability to explain what I did earlier. Oh, in a comprehensible manner when I'm exhausted. Oh, see, it's CT with the 3-stream streak. Thank you so much. OG Resident Evil is the Oscar-winning voice acting, though. I mean, yeah. I argue that Resident Evil was already in a case of intention rather than limitation. Yeah, it definitely was. Because even with the D-pad, you don't need to tank walk backwards. Tomb Raider was legit doing the best they could. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Tomb Raider ages better. And I don't. Okay, I to be fair, I don't think that's Tomb Raider 1 aged better than Resident Evil 1. I think over the shoulder platforming has obviously been the norm more than third-person tank controls, or even just third-person camera angle. Like, right, the locked-in camera and you move. That's what I call third-person. I always call stuff like Tomb Raider, most of the games that we have nowadays, I always call them second person because you're detached from the character, but you're still oriented behind the character. We call it over the shoulder or behind the back. But you're detached from the character, but you're still locked into their cone of view. You know what I mean? Right? Their field of view. So I always call that second person, and then third person was Resident Evil. When you walk into a room, there is a static image, the camera is on a shelf, and that's how you see yourself move around. Hang on, go back up. In Mythic Cave and Rebirth, 90% of players got stuck for a solid 10 minutes because the rocks didn't have yellow paint. I'm gonna jump ahead here. Dirge of Cerberus remake. Could you believe that Pokemon didn't get auto saving until the Switch games? I mean, I believe it. That's just the technology, I guess. I think Ari was more intentional. Yeah, Ari was definitely more intentional. That's why I don't like AGM said. I don't think that that's a limitation of the system. I think that was the intention, was to have the game move like that. But I don't think that has aged as well as what Tomb Raider did, which is pretty much the standard. What Tomb Raider did, the behind the back camera, that's pretty normal nowadays, right? That's when you say 3D platformers, that's what they are. They're all like that, whether, any game that you play like that. I think there are people who have certain aptitude for stuff such as taxes, which I'm not as strong as. As for orbitals, they're three-dimensional spaces where electrons are found multiple times. It's chemistry. Oh, okay. So the rotational field of electrons around the nucleus. Okay. That entire generation didn't age great. Yeah, and that's the thing, Stone. It PS1. There's a lot of nostalgia for that. There's a lot of nostalgia for the PS1 era graphics now. It's funny because we went through a huge range of time where nobody wanted to do anything remotely related to that. And now you do have it. I feel like I see it mostly in boomer shooters, whatever they're called. But it does seem like there's a little bit of a resurgence technically, of what I like to call PS1 era 3D graphics. I know that I have a hard time calling it early 3D graphics because when I think of early 3D graphics, like when you think of early video games, what do you think of? If you say early video games, a lot of people think NES, right? But I think Atari. I think before Atari. I think Magnavox Odyssey when people say early video games. So when people say, like MS-DOS, see, I think SNES and Game Boy, but I think before that. I think Atari and before that. That, to me, is what early video games are. When I hear early 3D graphics, I know I'm probably supposed to think of PS1, but what I think of is like Max Headroom. The video for the Dire Straits song of what is it? You get the money for nothing, chicks for free. Like remember that video, that music video that had like early 3D? That's what I think of. So I mean that's way older. But so I always call it like PS1 era graphics. Yeah, N64 PS1. Like that's what I think of when I think of those graphics. But those they've seen a resurgence. They've seen more people trying to use those, and I feel like a lot of it is horror games, right? Horror games or somewhat action games. Want to play ping pong, but without the need to move your limbs around. I guess in a way, Tomb Raider genre aged better. Yeah, and that's what I mean. I feel like as far as gameplay genre, Tomb Raider has aged better. Or it's become more the standard. Maybe that's fair to say. I guess aged well or aged badly always kind of sounds like an insult. I guess it's more. I guess it's more kind to say that's become the standard. Time is a powerful aspect. pattern leads to why gamers don't understand why some game genres, art styles suddenly become popular because they aren't for you. They're for the generations that came. Well, that's true, Dragoon, but I feel like we've seen situations where they bring it back for other people, and it finds a new popularity. You know, you could say that about NES and SNES, right? 8-bit and 16-bit graphics, but those styles had become so popular. You know, there was a point where nobody was wanting to make those games. That was one of my big gripes about PS1, PS2 era was N64. N64 is atrocious with it, where you had a lot of companies that didn't want to touch that stuff. They wanted to move beyond it. They didn't want to make those games anymore. So, and nobody wanted them to. And slowly but surely, you did have, you had new entries of that stuff. Like it was always there, right? It was sort of a niche genre. It was a niche sort of graphics engine. But then slowly but surely, it started to build up. The indie scene showed up. And now those 16-bit era graphics are extremely popular with new gamers. And that gameplay style, that side-scrolling 2D gameplay style is extremely popular. But I can remember a time when that was primarily what was out there, and then it started to die off because they wanted to move everything to the new 3D world and the 3D graphics engines and the 3D gameplay. And for a while there were a lot of people that were like, yeah, these games they're not made anymore. And then it came back, and it was like, oh, look, they brought this thing back for us old people. But then young people were like, this is incredible. This is so good. Hold on, let me go back up. Yeah, low poly, Stone, exactly. Low poly graphics is becoming the new pixel art. It's becoming the new thing that people realize it's obviously not easy, but it's nowhere near as hard as it used to be. And you can probably make some really cool things with it. I'm interested. I'm interested to see what people can do with low poly graphics nowadays. Thoughts on Dino Crisis? I never beat it, but I did enjoy it. I have been arguing, even as somebody who didn't beat it. I didn't beat the first one. I think I beat the second one. Because the second one's more like a run and gun action game. Like we put it on one day. I was working at a store at the time. We put it on one day and we literally ran through it. Like literally, our character didn't stop running. But even as somebody who never beat it, I have said time and time again, I would like to see that game remade with the RE engine. I think an RE engine Dino Crisis would be incredible. PS1 games are 50-50 on aging. While action-based suffered from tank controls, games like Crash Bandicoot and Klonoa, platformers, right? And there you go, because 3D platformer is a genre we still kind of have. I feel like 3D tank control games you don't really see anymore unless it's a tank game. Unless you're playing, if you're arguing about who put these tank controls in World of Tanks, you're probably not paying attention. Turn-based RPGs like Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, Legend of Dragoon, and party games like Kula World, Karushi. I feel like I did not hear any of those party games. Aged and hold up. Yeah, because of simple controls. They're simple. They're easy to play. They're more about storytelling. Oh, it's about. I asked my nephew if he had fun. Oh wait, hold on, let me go back. Oh, I asked my nephew if he had fun at the park. He had fun at the park about Paper Mario, and he said, "Yeah, Thousand Year Door remake looks boring to me, and I wish they'd follow the colors." Oh yeah, we talked about that the other day. Like, yeah, because that was his experience. That was what he knew it to be. Somehow, Cable is what? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, Flip. Flip. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think I know what you're talking about, and I haven't seen the show, if that's what you're talking about. Let's thank Capcom for not giving up on 2D games on the PlayStation. No, because Capcom did like Street Fighter and stuff, and what, the Marvel games, but like, what did Capcom do? I liked 2D platformers. And 2D platformers kind of vanished. I'm just talking about in terms of broad strokes of not what I originally grew up with. My water isn't working. Can I use your shower? Linky, sure, but I'm trying to save water. We'll have to go at the same time. If that's okay, we'll have to go at the same time. Oh, I had a question for you, Linky. You posted something the other day about Music Maker, like something to just sort of fiddle around with music. Did anybody hit you up with any answers? What did you try anything? I used to have a drum pad app, but they kind of ruined it. They've ruined it with a bunch of nonsense and like a weird fees, and it stopped working well. When I went back to try and use it, it wasn't working very well. Like there was a lot of lag. Did you find out anything about a good Music Maker? It's clear putting effort in low poly, like Mega Man Legends rather than Metal Gear kind low poly, the latter being used for horror. OG Tekken is aged worse than Tomb Raider or Resident Evil. What about Tekken 2, though? What do you think of Tekken 2? Because I think Tekken 2 was the better Tekken. DC 1 was survival horror. DC 2 was arcade. I love them both. I wish they would make a DC 3. I am still of the mind that Exoprimal, somewhere in its development, started as a Resident Evil, as a Dino Crisis game. I have absolutely no evidence to back that up, and you will not convince me that it's not true. It's fun to see things come back, especially with the improved benefit of modern console. That's kind of what I like. That's why I was kind of sad about the loss of 2D platformers, especially in the newer graphics eras. I wanted to see what they could do. I wanted to see what a fully powered 2D platformer would look like on the PS2 engine. And then the PS3 engine. And we got some good looking 2D games on there. I still think Atelier Iris, I still think they look incredible. Hey D, my weekend was really boring, but today I streamed Ocarina of Time Master Quest. I didn't know the difference between the regular Master Quest. Isn't it just harder? It's not just harder. I almost blew out of the ears of my viewers because I added a music thing to my stream and I forgot to regulate the volume. Well, I hope everybody's okay. Yeah, I always thought Master Quest was just a harder version. Would Star Fox SNES count as early 3D game? Yeah. That's, and you're kind of right. I think it does, right? The 3D, like the Super FX 3D that with Star Fox, that wasn't like some sort of weird 2D trick, right? That was actual 3D models moving around in a 3D space. That would count. Absolutely. Was this? I might have called them something else. Oh, this is Cooler World. Oh, that's familiar. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. That's familiar. That cover, but not exactly that cover. That ball, as weird as it sounds, that ball looks familiar. Cooler World. Cooler World. Cooler World, the 3D platform game design. Cooler World. It was called Roll Away here. It was called Roll Away. That's it. Yeah, it was called Roll Away. Okay. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture. PS1 Roll Away. Yeah, that's it. There it is. Hold on. Let me get to the... Why is it on Amazon? Copy. Hold on, here we go. I'm falling behind on messages here. That was it. Let me see. This is Cooler World. This is Mega Man 8 times 4 times 5 times 6. Wait, what? Oh, Karushi. This is okay. This one I played a lot of. So this is Karushi was a game called Intelligence Cube. That's a great game. That game is incredible. Intelligent Cube was awesome. That game got expensive for a while too. They never remade it. They never put it on anything else. Disney Plus is introducing channels Replicating how it was back when we watched media on TV, dedicated channels like Star Wars, Marvel, National Geographic, and somehow cable. Okay, Flip. I thought you were spoiling something in the X-Men cartoon. I was like, wait, don't spoil anything, man. Capcom was fairly strong with 2D, but on handhelds and WiiWare arcade box, our Xbox arcade. Apparently, Capcom threatened not to release RE2 on PlayStation in response to when Sony told them they didn't want a 2D game like Mega Man 8 on the system. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that they did that. Oh, one of my friends who is a music artist for NSFW games hit me up with a lot of programs. One of them is a mixture of NES, SNES, up to N64 sound bits, and a bit of current stuff. It's called Furnace. It's a lot to learn, but I've been enjoying it. Non-zero possibility they were doing Dino Crisis, but more they went on, the less it felt like Dino Crisis. Oh, for Exoprimal, yeah. I feel like you know what I feel like with the whole Exoprimal Dino Crisis thing. I feel like they got caught by the live service bug. I feel like at some point along the way, somebody told them they have to make it a live service game, and they didn't want to do it, so they changed it. All right, I'm gonna jump ahead. Game was the ball moving around, floating blocks, collecting fruit. See, nice simple premise. And the Mega Man comments were about how Capcom made a lot of 2D games for PS1. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, there was only what? 2? 3? What was X6 on? X6 was on... Was that on PS1? Do I have that? Mega Man... No, I don't have it. Yeah, I think X6 was on PS1. Yeah, so... Yeah, X6. So X4, X5, X6, and 8. Okay, that's not bad. It's on the PS Classics. You can buy it for like $3 or $4. Yeah, it's a great game. That Intelligence Cube was an awesome game. Oh, my comment was about the RE2 thing. Oh, right. Makes me think the only reason they did RE2 on N64 was to prove to Sony that if they didn't give in, they could easily go back to Nintendo. They re-released all the classic Mega Mans for PS1, X4, 5, 6, and 8. Well, they're on the collections, or do you mean on the PS Store? Oh, my math equation. Oh, my math equation earlier was just. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Kia. I'm sorry. I fall behind, and then when I read these messages, I forget what they were about. My math. Technically, X3 was also. Was X3 PS1 also? That was. I know it was on Japanese Saturn, but I didn't know if it was on Japanese PlayStation. On PS1, they did ports of the classic Mega Man games. Did they really? I remember the Mega Man collections for PS2. Was there a collection for PS1? Sadly, the input lag in the Mega Man X Legacy collections ain't going away. X3 was SNES, but it did get a PS1. Okay, so I know it had a Japanese Saturn release. I didn't know that it had a Japanese PlayStation release because it didn't have a US PlayStation release. I know that. I'm 99. Now you're saying it, so now I'm like 99.9% sure. Mega Man X3. Okay, yeah, PS1. Japanese PS1. Oh, they weren't a collection. They were individual releases, bigger in Japan. Oh, maybe we never got them here. We might have, if they were individual releases, we never got them here. Oh, they did. Look at that. Yeah, Mega Man Complete Works, I guess is what they were called. Yeah, we never got that here. I'm sure there's a bootleg CD with NES emulated games. There were Japan exclusive versions of the NES Mega Man games with remade music and shoulder button mapped weapon switching. I mean, that sounds great. I feel like I want to play those just to see what they're like. The PC port being based on the PS1 and Saturn version. But yeah, it's a shame that, because we had, and then you had games like, speaking of 2D side-scrolling games in particular, then you had games like Symphony of the Night. And those games were incredible. They were fantastic. Like think about the fact that you had Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo, and then you don't really get a Metroid side scroller until GBA Fusion. Like that's a shame. What would a Metroid game have looked like if you worked on it the way you worked on Castlevania Symphony of the Night or something? Like what amazing game would you have had somewhere in the middle there? Capcom's very strong in there. We will still make 2D games to Sony's face. Sony was less than pleased and often insisted that their version had to have some special features to set it apart, thus the new music or sometimes the secret boss. Like, you can still do 3D stuff in there, right? The lighting effects and everything. I feel like 2D games that we see nowadays are incredible. Didn't we kind of have one and Nintendo shut it down? Which one? You're not talking about Dread, right? Because that was in 2007, I think, by the time everybody found out that game vanished. Pretty sure that would have been a thing for Dread when being made on. Yeah, I guess it would have been Dread. ASMR, AM2R, you mean? Well, that's modern. That's a modern PC. Well, I mean modern, but it was like in development for 12 years or something. It's some crazy number. But that's modern. Like, I'm thinking, what if you put real resources into a PS1 or PS2 era Super Metroid game? Like, you would have, it'd be incredible. See, AM2R, I feel like, another Super Metroid remake. Okay, ASMR. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, that's what somebody was doing and they shut it down? No, that was AM2R. That was a remake of Metroid 2, not Super Metroid. Super Metroid was 3. Super Metroid was Metroid 3. I'm pretty sure that would have been Mega Man X8 was allowed. If they make sure the PS1 version had a special thing to make it superior to the Saturn, thus it got an art book and a secret Cutman fight. Yeah, ASMR is the whisper into the ASMR is this. I think if you want one of the most beautiful 2D games ever, Dust and Elysian Tale. I mean, nowadays you have tons of them. You have Dust. I know people said Braid was a kind of good one, but that's not really 2D side-scrolling. I mean, obviously you have stuff like Hollow Knight. You know, Hollow Knight, I've heard multiple people say that they think Hollow Knight is the best 2D is the side-scrolling 2D game ever. Right? People have said that game is, you know, and I liked it. I thought it was fantastic for what it was. I thought it had a great combat engine, and I thought everything about it was really good. It was not without its problems, but I still thought that it was fantastic. Yeah, hello, Ryan. What's going on? I'm pretty sure that was backwards, because Cutman is Saturn only. So maybe maybe it was that. It was pretty awesome. A little long, but cool. It was definitely a little long for a game like that. Hollow Knight was definitely a bit longer than I was expecting for that kind of a game, which is not necessarily a problem. I don't think that's particularly, I think if I had a problem with it being that long, it was just that I had a problem with the way the storytelling worked, which is it mostly didn't. I just felt like I was just kind of traversing through the world, and every once in a while I'd have an encounter and they would tell me some things that I had zero context for, and then I would fight the fight and I would move on, and then I beat the game and I have no idea what was going on. Hollow Knight on PC is amazing with mods. Soft talking is a form of ASMR. It's anything that stimulates audio receivers, such as crinkling paper, rubbing beer. Yeah, anything, like, not to get into the ASMR tangent, but anything can be ASMR. It has to do with like audio triggers and your sensations, and that's sort of what it's trying to do. You know, it's the reason whispering is like that is often very popular is because whispering itself is an ASMR trigger, but also if you're doing something else, you don't want to dominate what you're doing by talking very loud. So that's why it all kind of works together. Bob Ross. I think Bob Ross is like one of the pioneers of it, and Bob Ross is the perfect example of it. I love the horror art style. You think horror art style? I don't know if I've ever had anybody compare it to that. That's interesting. If you want the true ending, Hollow Knight is even longer. Sega Saturn has a better Tengu Man song for Mega Man 8. What I mean is its visuals, the artwork and animations. I think Dust is still a much more impressive game to look at. Hang on. You're talking about Hollow Knight kind of makes me want to try a similar game. And everybody, Gold wants to try Ender Lilies. You tell him. I'm not gonna get into it. You explain it. Saturn also got uncompressed music. So for that, I choose the Saturn version of Mega Man 8. I think PS1 Tango Man theme is better. Cool. Oh, you know about, okay, yeah. Okay, here, now, Gold. In all seriousness, it is a good game. It's definitely worth playing. I don't know how important it is probably to fully complete the game. But I still think that the game was really, really good. I just think that it was towards the end where that's the sort of game where I would go through and play it again and do the same exact thing. I'd play it, I'd beat the game, I'd get the bad ending, and I'd be done with it again. And I would know not to even attempt to engage completing the game with a better ending. Yeah, and Ender Magnolia is the new game that's coming out. Yeah, Uncle love Ender Lilies. But I am kind of, yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. And to be fair, despite having the issue that I had with the game, I want to try the sequel. I think it looks good. Do you see we got trolled today, by the way? Do you see I don't know what the company is. Do you see I'm going to say PS1 because the only one I saw that had the game was on PlayStation 1. Do you see PlayStation trolling us this morning? Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know who makes the game. I don't know if it's a Sony game or not. They put up a trailer for a new game that's coming out, a launch trailer called Yasha, Legend of the Demon Blade. Did you see this? Here, I'm going to give you this video. Look at this game. I want to look at this. I want to watch 5 seconds of this video and tell me what you think you saw. I was so mad. They trolled the hell out of me, man. I saw the art style, the title, like the way the title's written, the art style of all that. Like even the fact that it says Demon Blade in it, like everything about it. I saw it and immediately thought, oh my God, is there a new Muramasa game? Maybe they're going to bring the first one. And it's not. It's like a top-down sort of beat-em-up type thing. Is it age-restricted? What? I mean, it's a little aggressive, but I didn't really think it was crazy. Yeah, the not Muramasa. The most anime-sounding game. Yeah, it looks exactly like like if you go and look at Muramasa the Demon Blade and you look at the assets, you look at the art style, the time period, and then even the way the title screen is written. And it's called Muramasa. Was it actually, isn't it called Muramasa Legends of the Demon Blade? Isn't that the full name of it? I was so mad, man. Just put Muramasa on the system. I think it's one of the only Vanillaware games that we're missing. Besides maybe something like Princess Crown. Yeah, Muramasa was Vanillaware, and it was good. It was a good 2D side-scrolling action combat platform game. It was really good. Being real, the amount of stuff going on at the same time is impressive. Is it Muramasa the Sword? Or was it just Demon Blade? Is it Muramasa the Sword that secondary antagonists in Shingenker have? Does that just mean... I guess it does. I mean, the Muramasa's been in a bunch of different things. Right? Muramasa and Masamune. They've been in a bunch of different things. I knew it wasn't Muramasa because it wasn't being made by Vanillaware. Yeah, I guess that was... I thought maybe there was another company that was taking it up. And, like, does it say... Let me see something here. Yeah, like just look at it though, and it's like, come on, man, you're killing me here. It was more Masa the Demon Blade. That's what it was. Released on the Wii and the PS Vita. Yeah, and the Vita had extra stuff. So everybody said that when they put the game on the Switch, at least, they want the Vita version because it's going to have more stuff to it. And I guess it had a few quality of life updates. It doesn't have that distinct. No, I know, but everything else about the game, the assets and everything, the art style and all, it was like, come on, guys, you killing me here with this? I mean, besides the fact that it still looks cool, I think it still looks great. Who did Sakuna of Rice and Ruin? Who did that game? That wasn't. It kind of looked like Vanillaware, but it's definitely not Vanillaware. I didn't know it was on the Ronin. I have that. I have the Wii version. That's how I played it. I never finished it though. I never went back and finished it. Muramasa is the name of the katana blade that is known to become stronger the more blood is shed. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, you're right. That's how it worked in Symphony of the Night. Anyway, that's how it worked. The Vita version had a lot of bugs and quality of life stuff, bug fixes and quality of life stuff. It also got some extra endings. I think a new true ending. And 3 DLC stories. Vanillaware. Is there Chocolateware and Neapolitan? Well, no. Neapolitan would be all 3. So it'd be Chocolateware and Strawberryware. Yeah, I still have it. Sakuna was made by this studio, Edelweiss. Edelweiss Maidenwerkstatt? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard them. Edelweiss Maidenwerkstatt. I don't know what that last one is. Strawberryware is WarioWare. Yeah, I was like, come on, guys, you're killing me here. Just also, I don't know if you watched the trailer that I linked there. Yeah, I was watching this game. I'm playing it right now. I'm looking at it right now, and I want you to watch this trailer on your own time, or you can have it right now. Just watch it right now. Just have me on in the background. I looked at the time period and the art style. I look at the attacks that they're doing. I look at the characters, and all I could think is, damn, how cool would a Demon Slayer game be like this? Run around, hack and slash, top down hack and slash, but look at the art style that they're using. Like when the character, there's a point here at 50 seconds where the character starts using these water attacks, and I thought, how amazing would that look if this was a Demon Slayer game? I just thought it was incredible. But no, we're getting a party game. Who knows? Maybe the party game will look like this. I'm not trashing it. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that party game. There's another game, isn't there? Aren't there? I mean, there's more than one. There's got to be more than one Demon Slayer game, right? There's no way there's one Demon Slayer game and it's a party game. I watched the recent Super Eye Patch Wolf about fake video games. And someone made this amazing concept of what Demon Slayer looks like as a Souls game. I mean, Souls would probably be decent. I'm not, I'm not a fan of the Souls gameplay. I wouldn't be shocked if it was inspired by Demon Slayer. I'm interested in the party game. There is a Demon Slayer fighting game. There was another Demon Slayer game that was an arena fighter. Okay, so like the old school, like Naruto, like the Naruto games on GameCube. Yeah, it also has an arena fighter. Okay, the Kill La Kill game, that wasn't a fighting game, was it? That wasn't an arena fighter. What was it called? If Kill La Kill If. Was that an arena fighter? So Souls controls. Souls hard, I'm not a huge fan of, because a lot of the time I think Souls hard kind of feels unfair, but it's the Souls gameplay. It's the controls. It's the slow swinging sword. It's the slow moving characters. Everything is lumbering. Like, I'm not a big fan of that. I like nice, fast, snappy gameplay. And I don't feel like that's Souls. I feel like Souls, you have to be very methodical. Like when you choose to swing your sword or your gigantic hammer or whatever the hell you have in those games, you have to commit to it, and you have to accept the fact that for the next 4 seconds of gameplay, that's what you're doing, is you're swinging that weapon once. A broken, unbalanced arena fighter at that. Yeah, but that's just never been, that's just not my cup of tea. Yeah, the difficulty, I don't know. I feel like I get sucked in on the difficulty thing. You know, when we did the Wo Long demo, Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade. When we played the Stellar Blade demo, I had a hard time killing that boss. And I had a blast. I enjoyed doing it because my character moved really fast. It were relatively snappy. Parry window's a little tough, but but I felt like, I mean, it definitely wasn't. It didn't feel like I was playing Bayonetta, but it was definitely a lot faster than I was worried about, because there were people saying that, oh, it plays like a Souls game, and I thought, I don't know about that. And then I played it. I was like, what are they talking about? I don't understand what they mean by it plays like a Souls game. Like they made it. People made it sound, and they didn't just say a Souls game. They made it sound specifically like your character doesn't move as fast as we all thought it was going to. That's what they were saying when the demo came out. And I thought, all right, let me try for myself. And I was like, no, this is awesome. Soul Demon Slayer? Wait, what? A Souls Demon Slayer. So Sekiro. It plays like a Souls game with combos. For Stellar Blade, I thought it was good. My problem with arena fighters is they all feel the same to me except ARMS. And I don't want to talk. See, okay, you brought it up. Put the counter back to 0. I'll hop off later, Flash. Have a good one. Be safe out there. I hope you're doing okay. I'm in the mood for a song. I think at least for me, the hardness in Souls-like is nice in burst. One fight over one feels great, but after several in a row, I start to feel. And that's the thing. When I say that I like the difficulty, like Souls difficulty, I mean bosses. I want the bosses to be challenged. I don't want to feel like I'm struggling to slog through every single enemy. I want to cut down enemies. I want the enemies to make me feel strong, so that when I get to the boss, I'm a little overconfident, right? So then the boss humbles me, and I have to actually play the game, and then I feel good when I beat the boss. I'm like, yeah, that's great. You know, but I don't want to feel like every enemy's a boss. What's the game that's like that I didn't know it was like this, and then I thought I probably won't like this game if I were to play it? Hellblade. Isn't that whole game 1v1 fights because it's supposed to be more cinematic? And I heard that, and my thought was, but they're all probably going to be challenging. And I don't want that. I want the jobber enemies I want them to be fodder for my sword, right? I want to cut them down easily, or with a few combos here and there. I want to do stunts all over them and have it look cool. And then I want to get to I want them to be moderate practice. Because, well, I guess any enemy would be practice before you're fighting the boss, but I don't know. I want them to be fun. And then I want to get to the boss, and then I want to do work. I don't want every single thing to be, I feel like I'm fighting a boss. I'm definitely spoiled by Devil May Cry, but I think Souls are slow. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like that slow combat. That goes on the fact people were expecting Devil May Cry and Kingdom Hearts. Oh, the Elden Ring problem? Is that what you're talking about? I guess it depends on the weapon. Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3 onwards, the combat. Sag, I can't tell you how many times I've had people say stuff like that, and then Sekiro's the big one. Sekiro's the one that people said, okay, it's like Souls, but it's faster combat. You'll like Sekiro. And I watched video of somebody using what is supposed to be the fastest sword in the game, and I thought this is still not what I want. It's still my character swings fast, but they were still getting 1 and 2 swings, and then they had to reset. That just doesn't appeal to me. I'm not saying it's bad. It just doesn't appeal to me. It's not the kind of game I want to play. So you want Strangers of Paradise. The mobs range from slight resistance to piss easy, and then the boss can and likely will. Like, that's fine. I'm okay with that because I can make it look good. How many times do I say, what's the point of all of these cool attacks if I can't look cool using them? I want my character to look awesome. I linked the Reddit post with the Demon Slayer Souls game fan art. Oh, I grab my Discord here. I'm also definitely spoiled by Kingdom Hearts combat, which is also fast. Yeah, I thought Kingdom Hearts was kind of speedy. I felt like Kingdom Hearts was just limited. And again, my only experience with Kingdom Hearts is 1, but I just felt like Kingdom Hearts was limited just with the attacks. I felt like I was doing the same 3 or 4 or 5 hit attacks and then throwing some spells. Maybe I just didn't get deep into it enough, or maybe 1 was very limited compared to the later ones. The only moderate to kind of tough mobs, unless you're on harder modes, are the ones you expect. Yeah, such as Tonberry, Corel, but the soldiers, bombs, and Cactars are easy. See, Cactars being easy, I don't know if I'm a fan of that. I feel like Cactars were always a tricky fight. The same thought with Monster Hunter games. The combat is slow compared to stuff like Devil May Cry, Kingdom Hearts. The funny thing, Executor, is I did like Kingdom Hearts or Monster Hunter. I thought Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise were fantastic games, but I started with the dual blades because I knew they were the fastest, and then I eventually switched to the insect glaive. And playing the insect glaive in that is incredible. You're hopping all around, you're zipping and flying through the air, you're hitting them with combos and then bouncing back and doing more combos. Like, it's definitely not your character swinging a giant greatsword. Using the insect glaive for me was fun. And then the moments where I had to use other weapons, I typically found the game kind of boring. I didn't find it that interesting. Even the dual blades. I thought the dual blades were okay. I felt like the dual blades were really weak. I think disconnect is it's fast compared to the OG games, not compared to other games. When I give Demon's Souls PS5 a good try, I got very tired of every corner getting jumped and killed, and eventually I was like, it's not worth trying to reach the boss at this point. I have it a few hours and beat a boss or so, and that's we've said before the balance that you have to strike, because if you finally get to a boss or you finally beat a boss and your only thought was, thank God I don't have to do that anymore, that's not great. Because you know how else you don't have to do it anymore? You just turn the game off. Zelda similar combat speed to Dark Souls. I feel like I'm able... Wait. Now, while Zelda is similar combat speed to Dark Souls, I feel like I'm able to be more creative with this. Zelda similar to Dark Souls? I don't know about that. No, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can agree to that. I mean... Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, if you use the big giant great swords. But to be fair, I would grab those great swords and then I would just do the spin. Because the spin was so strong. Strangers of Paradise can be made even easier if you have the other players as your party members. DLC skills make base combat much faster. Kingdom Hearts 2 give you a lot more attacks. So maybe that's... Yeah, and 3 is absolutely ridiculous. So I need to go back and play those. Cactars are easy to kill, harder to hit, and can hit you hard. Yeah, like that's what I need for my Cactars to be. I now own a share of Nintendo. No. Hey, Jim, don't say it. It's really fun with other people holding aggro and letting you get some cool attacks in. Lance mains rise up. So yeah, I was Insect Glaive all the way. And then when I started out in dual blades. I tried the other weapons. I got to Insect Glaive, and I thought it was unbelievable. And this was all in World. And then when I turned on Rise, I tried the other weapons thinking, oh, maybe they're a little bit better. And I did not care. I went back to the Insect Glaive and never went back. It's just such a fun weapon for me. Lance is fun for me because nothing feels better than blocking an attack at the right time and charging it into a monster like a freight train. Have I actually played Dark Souls to compare? I played Dark Souls 1, and I played it for a few hours, and I don't know. Bear in mind, I'm also talking about the PS3 game, so maybe because people did try to tell me that Dark Souls 3 was a bit faster, but I saw Elden Ring. People talked up Elden Ring, and people love Elden Ring, and I watched people play that game and thought, I'm not interested in this at all. Lies of P, when that came out, people said, "You gotta play Lies of P." I said, "No, that's a Soulsborne combat game. I have no interest in it. It's just not fun for me." I never really, not Dark Souls, but comparable to 3 on. Yes, I never played 3. Walks in with a single share. 1 F0, please. In Monster Hunter, I'm a sword and shield guy. Shield bash all the faces. For what it's worth, dual blades are too chaotic. Insect Glaive is the perfect level of control and free roaming. See, I liked the chaos. I enjoyed the chaos of dual blades. The problem was, I felt like I wasn't doing any damage. Half the time, I do all of this really cool stuff, and then I didn't feel like anything changed in the fight. Game Explain finding a great app. Wait, did you hear about Game Explain finding a great app that allows you to play online servers for that? Not Game Explain, because I don't watch Game Explain, but I did hear that people are working on private servers for some of the games, and like some of them are doing it individually. There was a game that came out and died really fast called Lawbreakers, I think it was called, and apparently people are working on servers for that. You know what else is a Souls-light game? Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And like, I was kind of worried when I played Fallen Order, because that's what people said. Like, oh, it's kind of like Souls. And what they meant was the format, the whole, if like every time you save, all the enemies regenerate. Like, that's what they really meant, and like the way you heal and all, which is kind of normal right now. I think a lot of games do that. But combat-wise, and it was funny, we were talking in here one day, and somebody said that for them, Jedi Fallen Order was slow, and they thought that it felt like a Souls game. And I was like, I don't know what we played differently, because I played that game pretty quickly. Like, there was some, there's some parries. There's moments where you wait and you parry at the right moment and you hit the enemy. But there were times where I was playing that game and I was hopping all. I look like Yoda at the end of episode 2. For Monster Hunter, Hammer, Long Sword, Switch Axe, and Charge Blade, mostly due to the time I spent in the series. Dual Blade needs a demon mode to do real damage. It had something. It had some sort of power-up mode, but I don't know. It just felt like it didn't do anything. I mean, and to be fair, that's a lot of the weapons, from what I understand, is that they have some sort of secondary mechanic. Like the Insect Glaive, for instance, I didn't feel like that was doing a lot of damage. I didn't realize you have to like send the bug out and get what's the thing that they absorb, and then when you have the different ones, that makes you faster or stronger, and you get like jumps like that. I didn't realize you had to do that. So like the dual blades had something where you can power up, but I forget what the mechanic was. Extracts, thank you, extracts. Pretender fans, Pretender fixes Nintendo shutdown of the service, but for instance, whenever Capcom shuts down the servers, it's going to be trickier because those are private servers. My problem with that, with stuff like that, is they're private servers, which means they are, they may be, there's probably going to be people that show up at those servers and they have ill intentions, especially for like PC servers. That's my big concern, is that you're going to have, I still think back to the days of private servers for Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast, and there were people killing other people and taking their stuff. Like they would hack it so that when they killed you, you would drop your stuff. And that always sort of put that put a bad taste in my mouth at the time. And that's always sort of what I go back to whenever I think about people running private servers. I think, yeah, but how much security is there for somebody that comes in with a bunch of hacks and causes a bunch of trouble? Dual Blade, they don't do a lot of damage, but they hit a lot, so it does even out without demon mode. Yeah, and that's true. It was just like, I didn't feel it. I didn't feel it with them. Maybe I just needed to be better with them. Plus, again, when I started with the Insect Glaive, I just enjoyed it more. Yeah, the whole sending out the bug got annoying. My problem, Sag, I'll be honest, my problem with the Insect Glaive and sending out the bug for the extracts is you have to be very precise with where you send it. The monster has to be cooperative with how it moves. And I never, even as somebody who played the weapon, I never really understood how I'm supposed to know, outside of experience, outside of just doing this for every monster. How am I supposed to know which extract comes from which parts? Because it wasn't always the same. Some monsters, if you hit them in the body, it gave you something, and then others would give you something different. So other than just experience and learning which all of them were, like I didn't understand if there was something I was missing as far as how I'm supposed to just automatically know, or if it's just a trial and error thing. You're just supposed to try it every time. I dealt with something like that in Wii Mario Kart. Insect Glaive is hilariously fun. It's so much fun. I remember items being stolen in Fallout 76, and that was on actual official servers. The hacker kept spamming lightning, so the only person, only that person was able to go. Yeah, see, like that's not, you know. Head, body, tail for all 3 extracts, right? No, because some monsters have wings, and it felt like some monsters you got a different extract if you hit them on the legs. So I don't know. Either I was missing a lot, or I felt like there was some pattern and I just wasn't understanding it. And not every monster has a tail, technically. That's why I play Lance only has 3 attacks and then you block. It's on trial and yeah, I guess so. I guess it's on trial and error. I kind of wish there was a way to, like, if there was a button combination where I could send out the insect to look for a specific extract, rather than trial and error, just kind of aim and hope I hit it in the right spot. I kind of wish that maybe it took a second longer, or like 2 or 3 seconds longer, but I hold a button to bring up the extract hunter, right? That's you'd call it the extract hunter, and then you hit one of the 3. So then the bug goes out and the bug will buzz around the monster until it gets the one that it needs and then comes back to you. And it's like, oh, okay, so then if you stun the monster, you can get it easier. But otherwise, you have to wait for, I don't know, I feel like that way it becomes a mechanic that I can manage without having to turn into a sniper in the middle of my action game. I play Longsword and Monster Hunter, my go-to. I like the bows in Rise. Maybe I should, go back at some point. I've been thinking about it. Right now, I'm on Unicorn Overlord, because Unicorn Overlord is, man, that game is good. I think I'm kind of doing Unicorn Overlord the way I did the 2 Zelda games, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I'm just kind of exploring everywhere. By the time they told me to go to this specific place, I had about 30% of that map uncovered. I was kind of splitting my direction, and then I picked one area to focus on. And when I finished it, they told me to go back to the other area, and I was already pretty deep into that area. And now I landed on another part of the continent that I actively had to leave so that I could try to be a bit more focused. And it amazes me. I'm going to tell you something that amazes me. I wanted to make the glaive too strong. By the way, using a nerf glaive back when it was first, I tricked it. Was by far the strongest weapon in the entire meta. Just reimagining Monster Hunter and Hunter crossover. Monster Hunter. That sounds kind of cool, actually. It makes me laugh playing Unicorn Overlord, because I think about a week or 2 ago. Hey, CJ. I think about a week or 2 ago with the Stellar Blade stuff, right? Oh, she's obviously sexualized. Her ass is all there. What's with these sexy characters? What's with these horny basement dwellers that are making these characters, which is wild because a lot of these characters are designed by women. I thought about that. I think about that when I play Unicorn Overlord, because I don't think I have ever played a game with as many horny female character designs I have ever seen in my life in a single game. Every female character in that game is, and a lot of the male ones too. I shouldn't even just say female, because a lot of the male characters are like, oh my god, they're all horny, all of them. They're all, like, go sit down, take 10 minutes out of your life, look through every sprite in Unicorn Overlord, and they're moving. They have the big giant boobs that are moving around. It is ridiculous. It's insane. And nobody's talking about it. No one ever talks about it. No one ever talks about, Ronan, exactly. You're playing a vanilla game. It's amazing how much discourse Stellar Blade got for the way that character looks. And Vanillaware games in general do this. Never as many as this game. And the area I had to put my controller down for a second, because the area I just got to, not spoilers, not really a spoiler, not a story spoiler. The area I just got to has beast people. They're like lions and foxes, and they're beast people. And I the second I saw them, the first thing I saw was it said werewolf. And it was like it looked like a big hulking sort of werewolf type character. So I was like, okay, you know what I mean? Werewolf with pants, right? It looked kind of like that. So I was like, okay, that's fine. You know, it had a sword. All right, that's the monster here. And then I saw one of the other characters that showed up, and I was like, oh my god. Okay. And then I saw one of the other characters, and I thought, oh my god. Okay, here we are. This is the furry bait kingdom. Here it goes. And sure enough, they're hot. They're all hot. Why? All of them. Because not many people are playing. I mean, I guess, but I don't know. Because here's the problem, Marcos. Because not many people are playing it. And I don't want to spin off into this kind of topic, but the people that are complaining about Stellar Blade, do you think they're playing the game? The fact that they're playing the game or not playing the game almost feels irrelevant. I don't think the people that are complaining about it are playing the game. So how does Vanillaware keep getting away with it? So you have to see. I wish, if you go to my Twitter, I posted 2 characters. The most recent one was from a couple days ago, and she is amazing. But yeah, I got to other areas, and like I got to the elf area, and I got to the beast area, and I was like, oh my god, this game. And that's kind of what did it for me. That's when I saw it, I was just like, it amazes me that no one's like. If it was a couple of characters, okay, not many people are playing the game. It's just a couple of characters. It sort of flies under the radar. The sheer volume of horny artwork in this game is astounding. And from the volume enough, it's amazing that nobody's talking about it. And again, yeah, it's Vanillaware. We're kind of used to that, but not to this level. Not this man. If you go through Dragon Crown, I doubt you can pull definitely something like Odin Sphere. But Dragon's Crown I didn't play. Like, obviously you have the main character in Dragon Crown, but I don't know how much the rest of the game is. But this game is ridiculous with how much it is, and nobody's talking. And that's my real point, is that I'm trying to bring it up. It was fascinating to me as I'm playing it, that I'm sitting here thinking nobody is talking about this. So why does Stellar Blade get so much hate? And I guess maybe it's just because it's 3D. And because it looks more real, like these are obviously drawings, and this other thing is a person, or it looks like a person, but it's also fake. Can't play the game because I'm terrible at playing one-handed. The funny thing is, as a strategy game, you can play it with one hand. Vanillaware incredibly niche in terms of mainstream appeal. They thicked out a lot of these. It's insane. Look up. I'm gonna give you one character here. This is the character I posted. Just look up Amalia, and that's it. Amalia, Unicorn Overlord. Oh my god, I love her. It's the newest AAA game. If it ain't AAA, it's not going to occupy that much space in the mainstream. Which KH, what makes me like, because you're right, and that's what you guys are saying is that because it's not as popular, not as many people playing it. So, what it makes me wonder is, so are people upset because it exists, or are people upset because calling it out in this popular game will get them attention? Because it's being pushed by one of the biggest brands in the business. I think it's the amount of advertising. Stellar Blade is being heavily pushed by Sony. Unicorn Overlord got some advertising, but not a ton. So it's like fairy tale the game. I'd argue Vanillaware has always been at this level, but because sure, some people like the Amazon design, but it wasn't advertised. Yeah, this game is insane with it. It's insane with it. People complain about Xenoblade 2. Oh yeah, you're right. There was that one Frost character that had like comically large boobs in Xenoblade 2. Stellar Blade is very tame for what I've seen. Yeah, Stellar Blade's fine. Stellar Blade, there's nothing wrong with Stellar Blade. We played the demo. It's fine. The character has a nice physique and a nice ass. There you go. That's the whole extent of it. There's nothing else there. And when we played the demo, I flat out said, it's not like they're trying to hide it, and the fact that they're so upfront with it, the fact that it's so blatantly there, it takes away any complaint that you would have. Right? You don't complain about the over sexualization of characters in porn. You know, because that's sort of what it's for. So obviously that's not what Stellar Blade is for, but when you play the game and you see it in motion and you think, oh my God, they're like multiple times playing the Stellar Blade demo, I thought they're doing this on purpose. There's no subtlety to it. You know, and I think that's what kind of gets people going is like, oh, they're trying to slip this bias. It's like, no, they're pretty much right in your face. Amalia looks pretty tame. I think she's pretty tame. I just think she looks incredible. No, so you want something more dramatic? Unicorn Overlord. Probably just the witch design, which you get early on. Like it's an NPC or like a unicorn, not unicorn, Overlord witch class. Let's see here. Yeah, if you look at the witch class, I think the witch class is a good pick. Actually, no, I'm gonna give you. Hold on, is it the shaman? Shaman class? Okay. The shaman class in Unicorn Overlord. If you look at the artwork, if you look at just the artwork, you can kind of see like, okay, that's a pretty attractive character. I get it. I see what we're talking about here. You have to see it in motion. To understand what I'm talking about, you can't just look at a static image. You have to see the character in motion. When I first saw the character, when I first encountered the character, I saw it. I was like, oh my God, are you serious? You have to see it in motion to understand what I'm talking about. And it's just like, it's not a nude character or anything, but it is kind of like, wow, that's not subtle at all. Both Ursula and Dahlia were made by the same female artist. Oh wait, speaking of these people, 14 Ronso finally able to make a benchmark. Behold her beauty. She looks confused. I feel bad for her. Do I play 14? I have a weird history with 14. I did play it for a while. I was off and on for a little bit. To be honest with you, it just never really clicked with me the way it clicked with everybody else. Like, I don't have a lot of time to sit there and play MMOs like I can sit and play something like Unicorn Overlord for a while because I know in 100 hours I'm going to be done. I don't really have that kind of time and dedication to do that with an MMO. And 14 didn't, I don't know, it didn't grab me the way it grabbed everybody else. It was fine. I played it up until Stormblood. I was in the middle of the Evilise side quests, which is what I was most excited to get to, and I didn't finish them. I was like, it's okay. Sorry, I wasn't into it. I think another part of the appeal, part of the advertising for Stellar Blade, so it's harder to avoid. While Unicorn Overlord, that's not a bragging point. Yeah, it's just a vanillaware feature. You see, Keanu Reeves has been cast as the voice of Shadow. No, that's a great voice, by the way. Very first scene of Eve is her being dramatically pulled by a friend from burning ship, and you see her figure. Yeah, it like they were not subtle about the whole Stellar Blade thing at all. So it almost kind of like what do you think they're getting by you by having a character look like this? They're throwing it at you. Another thing is King of Fighters 15. Hardly anyone cares about SNK nowadays. I mean, well, here's the thing. Not a lot of people played. What was the SNK with the female characters? What was that? SNK Heroines, was it? Not a lot of people played that game. Everybody talked about what those characters look like. And I wouldn't say that they advertised it a ton, but I would say that people talked about it a ton. They shared it a lot. Horny Overlord. Buy it now. Greg is more of a WoW guy. Well, I was more of a WoW guy when I had more time to play MMOs. I mean, a lot of the problem is just MMOs in general. I did prefer WoW to Final Fantasy 14 story-wise. And world-wise. I would say world-wise. But that's not really Final Fantasy's fault. I don't necessarily think that Final Fantasy was doing anything bad. Or that WoW was doing anything significantly good. I just think that because I have a lot of history with Final Fantasy, it was harder for me to look at Final Fantasy the way I looked at WoW. It was harder for me to dive into Final Fantasy the same way because I felt like it was a lot of references for me. And again, that's a fun thing for a game to do. It just made it harder for me to connect. Not to mention, I don't like the way I don't like the way the game progresses in 14. I don't like the fact that, I have to play the entire game. I know that kind of sounds strange. When I got into WoW, I was on the game was on the 3rd expansion. I did everything to level up, and when I got to a higher level, when I got to a certain level, I could go to the new content. I can go immediately to the new content. I don't like the fact that I have to play through 6 expansions worth of content. I had to play through Realm Reborn content. And everybody says that that's the worst part of the game, but you have to play through it. It was literally SNK Heroines. Thank you. That's what it was. It was literally the case of Final Fantasy 4 and I know that you guys I know the hardcore Final Fantasy people. I know Lilac is going to attack me for this. Even though I think a lot of Final Fantasy people also agree with this. It was the case of Final Fantasy 14 is really good. You just got to get past that first 150 hours. And then it gets good. And it was just like, but you hear that, right? When you say that, you hear that, don't you? Oh, Realm Reborn is a struggle. But once you get to Heaven's Ward, it gets better. And I heard people say that the Heaven's Ward was kind of like, the first part of Heaven's Ward was okay. When you get to the end is where it really starts to pick up. It's like, but isn't that like a couple hundred hours? Aren't you basically telling me that I have to play a couple hundred hours to get to the part of the game that people who like the game say is good? That was kind of my problem, and I got through that. I got through a chunk of Stormblood, but I just was like, I don't want to do the rest. That's my problem. Is something like WoW. If I got into WoW, 6 expansions in, I would have had to get myself through a certain amount of content, and then when I get to a certain level, I can just start where the expansion starts, and I can just go to that, and then I enjoyed that because that's what I did with WoW. I jumped in at Wrath of the Lich King. So when I got to level 80, I went to Northrend, which is where that area starts. Or like the expansion, or not 80, 70, I think. And that's where the expansion starts. And that was cool for me because then I could revisit the old stuff. And it was like, oh, this is like a history lesson. It's like, oh, this is great. I remember here, I've seen places related to this. I've heard people talk about this stuff, and now I get to go back and play it. It didn't make me play through all of the expansions. Oh, we talked about this. The swing. Someone says I don't agree. We should stop talking about it. It never came up. I think ARR is good. The slog was reduced, but the biggest issue for a lot is not as much voice acting. So it's a lot of reading. I didn't mind the reading. Half the time I like the reading because I can do it at my own pace, especially when it feels like fluff. That's a big problem for me. But I don't know. I don't like it because, you know, people said, oh my God, you got to get to it. Endwalker is so good. All right, well, how do I get to Endwalker? You have to play 5 other expansions. And like, I don't want to do that, man. We're like 3 other expansions, right? It was Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, right? 5. So that's it. And then Dawn Trail is the new one. There isn't another one after that, right? Have I played Phantasy Star Online? I played it on the Dreamcast. And a bit on the GameCube, but I played it on Dreamcast. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a ton of fun. I mean, it's not really the same thing, right? The Phantasy Star 1. I didn't play Phantasy Star 2, but Phantasy Star 1, it's not really the same thing. Like, it's not a WoW. It's not a Final Fantasy 14. Oh, second. Why can the good be good in the first 1 to 2 hours? The way Dawn Trail is shaping up. Yeah, that's what I was hearing, Lilac, is that with Dawn Trail, they're setting it up so that you can start right at the beginning of Dawn Trail. Which my character is max level right now in 14. So if I jump back into the game, my character should be max level. So I should technically be ready to go for Dawn Trail. I think I'm max. I think I have all the expansions. No, I don't think I have Endwalker. Wouldn't make sense for you to just go to the latest expansion because the story seems to be interconnected, and that's what I don't like, and that's what I don't like. I like the interconnected story. What I don't like is I have to play 5 expansions. That's what I don't like, because that's a lot of content, especially since, and again, I'm already past the part that people said wasn't great, but by the time I got through that, I was just exhausted. Just make sure you pick someone that starts on the Eastern Kingdom and not Kalimdor. No, because if you pick somebody on Kalimdor, Executor, Kalimdor is just boring. Like, it's a very bland, bleak place, and it's not really fun visually to look at. But I had a few, like my Horde characters, for instance, and I picked a Night Elf, Night Elf. And all I did was I played until I could get on a boat or something and go to the Eastern Kingdoms, and then you could pick up quests on the Eastern Kingdoms. When I played WoW, I leveled all my characters in the Eastern Kingdom. I hated leveling in I hated leveling around Teldrassil. I did not like leveling. The Nightwood, is that what it was called? I forget the area around there. I hated leveling outside of, or like, if I had an orc and I did everything in my power to get as far away from Orgrimmar as possible. I hated Orgrimmar. I did not. The layout was confusing to me. I thought everything was sand. I felt like Anakin. It was all sand around Orgrimmar. It was terrible. The idea of skipping story to get to later content you haven't played is so foreign to me. It's Dragoon. It wouldn't be a problem if I had 1 expansion to play, but it's 5. It's 5 expansions of an MMO that I have to play, and then I have all of these characters moves and these abilities that get locked out to me. So I learn my rotation, and my rotation is really cool. But I did a story dungeon, and now I don't have more than half of my moves. And that was another thing, was that I wasn't a big fan of that. I just let me solo the content. Don't level me. Let me have a scaled down version and let me solo the content, which they did eventually. You know, they added, like, you can run around with the other characters and stuff. But, you know, when you're level 80 and level 90 and you're doing level 15 and 20 dungeons, why can't I just solo that? Why do you have to lock all of my moves, and now I have to play my rotation like it was 200 hours ago? Just let me dominate the area. I did that for WoW. I went back and, like, there were some stories that I thought were cool that were from OG or Burning Crusade. So I went with my level 80 ICC raid gear, and I tore those dungeons apart. But I got to do those little stories too. That big connecting story is why 14 took so much. Is what set it for. And WoW, that's the thing, is WoW had a big interconnected story. But they made it so that if you started on a new expansion, you could start, well, you still had to level up, but when you got to max level, you could go right to the new expansion. And then you could start there. And then they made it so that it all works that way. And yeah, you can go back and do the old quests and see the old stuff if you wanted to, but it wasn't going to lock your moves out. It didn't lock your moves out or anything, because that was kind of, I honestly think that was the most irritating. If they let me be level 80 in 14 and they just let me destroy everything in the game as I went through the story, I would have been fine. But every time I get to a dungeon, I lose more than half of my moves, and I literally have to rearrange my icons so that I can have an optimal rotation, because I took off Fire 3 because I didn't have it. It got on my nerves. It's just like, I want to just destroy everything. I love that stuff. We've talked about that all the time with other games. I know people don't like new game pluses and whatnot, where you get to keep all of your gear and you're just way overpowered. I love that stuff. I think it's so much fun. If you don't want to be overpowered, don't be overpowered. Use a tier appropriate gear, use tier appropriate moves, or don't equip all the most powerful things. Like, you can do that. But if you give me the option, I kind of want to do it. It's a lot of fun, and I get to focus on the story. Yeah, WoW did it in a way that I preferred. And I still went back and did the story for WoW. I still did the old raids. I did most of the old raids in WoW. I did Nax 40. Like, we did Nax 25 as a guild. I did Blackrock Caverns. I used to solo, I'm just like throwing stuff out there, so this is all gonna sound weird. I used to solo Onyxia as my mage. I used to go and solo Onyxia because Onyxia drops a mount. The Black Drake, I think it was called. So I would go and I would solo Onyxia, and then as a result, I soloed what the heck was it called? Remember the mount, the Ashes of Alar, the Phoenix mount. What was the dungeon? What was the raid that you got? I soloed that place. I used to farm the mount. I never got it either. But I used to farm the mount. I almost soloed Illidan. I mean, that's impressive. Onyxia took a while before I could solo that, but I don't think I was ever going to solo Illidan. And I don't think you can even solo I think you can solo the Lich King. I'm not sure. It was the one in the Netherstorm. What the hell was it called? Ugh. Tried to use the option to scale my enemy to you, but the first tutorial boss 15 minutes to beat. Yeah, I would rather, I don't know. I would rather, beat their asses and just it's so much fun. I don't want to multiplayer my MMO. Square agrees with you. They made that an option, but they didn't. Well, Lilac said they did. You can select to undersized dungeon, which lets you go on with your current level and skill. So maybe that's an option that I missed. Yeah, maybe that's an option that I missed. You can select to undersized dungeon, which lets you go in with your current level and skill. And you can still advance the story doing that. Maybe I'll go back and do that then. Well, I think I'm past the point where they're going to change my level, though. That's the funny thing. It's very cathartic and crosscode to OKKO bosses. In New Game Plus, it gives me so much trouble, and it's so much fun. Why can't 7 Rebirth save content pass over to part 3 when Shenmue did that with 20 years ago? Damn, I don't remember the name of the place. To this point, though, I think allowing the players to take apart the game so much may have led to where WoW is today, because it made it so playing the game wasn't the point, getting to the new stuff was. Yeah, well, that's 14. See, that's the thing with 14. The point, it feels like you're not playing the game. You're just blasting through it to get to the new stuff. Whereas WoW, you could just get to the new stuff. The problem with WoW was not the progression system. The problem with WoW was the story and a lot of the combat decisions that they made. A lot of people were really pissed off with how Legions and Warlords of Draenor worked. It felt like they put too much into these other mechanics. I remember hearing Battle for Azeroth people thought was good, and what was the other one? Shadowlands. I remember people saying that they kind of like Shadowlands, but a lot of that was because they were kind of going back to older mechanics. I remember Warlords of Draenor was like pissing people off. I remember hearing a lot of people saying that they weren't really happy with that. Story-wise, I think they're great. I think there's a lot of interesting things going on, especially in Battle for Azeroth. Shadowlands was the expansion, I think. I think Shadowlands was the expansion in Battle for Azeroth. I thought about going back to WoW. I did for a little bit. Just to sort of revisit, download it, load it up, get a couple of months in, and just sort of go back and revisit everything. But I feel like I want to do that for the War Within. That War Within trailer really pulled me in, It really got me. Did you like Shenmue? I thought Shenmue was okay, but I never got into it. I did it with my alt. Treat it as a mainline story game because that's what it is. Then each expansion is a sequel. I do hate people saying to new players, ARR is a bad part of 14. It's a slog, but it was good. I can feel it was built with half a team due to them also working on the closure of 1.0 at the same time. People have a bad habit of comparing to later expansions, which gives new players false sense of what to expect and also pushes the FOMO factor. And with 14 story, it's best to take your time, not rush to avoid that burnout. Do side stuff as you play. Seeing that, and you know how I am with side stuff. I think side stuff is kind of interesting. I think side stuff is interesting when it's exploration. I think that's the kind of side stuff I like, but I don't have any interest in building a wardrobe. I don't have any interest in fighting in dungeons or PvP or in-game tournaments. I don't have any interest in leveling a whole bunch of job classes I don't care about. Like, there was a lot of stuff that I just didn't care about in 14, partially because there was so much of it. It was... I remember I used to be a faction hunter in WoW. I used to go and I would get exalted with all the factions, and they didn't really have any rewards or anything. I just thought it was fun. I thought it was fun to do all of the stuff to get exalted with them, and I tried to do that with 14. I was just like, but there's so many, and it's so difficult. Spirit of Anakin, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. It was the sand. I mentioned sand earlier, and Spirit of Anakin showed up. What's your goal of playing an MMO? Just getting into new content or experiencing the story? Experiencing the story. Experiencing the story, but there's a lot to be said about experiencing the story at the same time that everybody else is, or at least similar to it. So, sure, like... I also like to be social. Here's the thing, is that I know this is going to sound crazy, and I think, and I've said before, by the way, all of this that I'm saying about 14 is my fault. I have never blamed the game for any of this. And this one point in particular, my absolute favorite thing about WoW by the end of it was raiding. I loved it. I loved being in the free company, right, with the guild in WoW. I loved being in the guild. I loved getting together, and then we have scheduled times, and we go and do raids, and we learn the fights. We learn all of the mechanics. Like, I love that stuff. I thought that was great. That was so much fun for me to do, partially because I was getting to be social with everybody while we did it. 14, the problem with 14 was that being social in 14 is not, hey, the new expansion came out, let's all go play it. For me, being social in 14 as a new player was, hey, I'm glad you started the game. I'll see you in 3 months when you catch up to the rest of us. And sure, there were people, you guys were very nice about it. Hey, we can get together. We can run through dungeons. We can do this and that. But I knew that I was the one holding back the group. I knew that I was that Lilac and eventually Dragoon, and probably Dragoon now, and AGM I think plays it too. I knew, and Trios definitely, I knew that you guys were in a level 40 dungeon with me because I was stuck at level 40. And so I didn't want to be that person. I didn't want to be the person that's like, hey guys, run me through stuff. I wanted to do it on my own. So, but what that meant was, even though I was level 70 or 80, I was still stuck in past content that I didn't want to ask anybody to do anything with me with. It was a weird sentence. But I think it made sense. But yeah, WoW, I could have jumped in leading up to Endwalker. I could have jumped in. Let's say Endwalker was like WoW. Let's say Final Fantasy worked like WoW. When Endwalker was coming up, when Endwalker was coming up, I could have said, "Hey, that's awesome. When does it come out? 2 months? Why don't I get the game? I'll level my character, and then when Endwalker comes out, we can all play Endwalker together. I get to experience it with everybody." But I couldn't, because I still had 4 more expansions that I had to work through before I would get there. And I have a limited amount of time on how much I can play an MMO. So yeah, I definitely want to experience the story, but I also want to play the game with other people. And I can't really do that. So I ended up, all of my 14 experience was basically by myself. And it's just like, that's fine, but I don't know. It just didn't, and like I said, with the gameplay stuff where I go into the old dungeons and all of a sudden I lose half of my spells and I have to relearn my rotation. And then I have to relearn it because I have to go back after, like that sort of, like, it was just a lot of that stuff that kind of kept going back and forth. That is what 14 is social with. That is the stuff people talk about when they talk about the community. It's about watching sprouts rise and progress. Yeah, but I don't know. It's not the same. I don't want to be social. I don't want to be social, Lilac, because you're all watching me be a baby. I want to be social with you guys because we're all playing the game together. I also, little side tangent about that, about 14. I'm not a big fan of the raiding in 14 because the raiding is basically just fighting bosses. And even if it's nonsense, I like raiding in dungeons. I found the 5-mans to be more interesting than the raids in 14 because I like the dungeons. I like moving around the area. I like fighting the mobs. I like pulling the boss and figuring out what to do. I like that there were multiple encounters where I could do that. So the raiding in 14 was just, all right, let's go and it wasn't a raid. It was a boss. That's why, they were in 14, they are raid bosses. And I liked raiding. I liked the entire process of the dungeon. Something like Nax in WoW was great. Nax had like 16 bosses and it was in phases. ICC, Ice Crown Citadel, was 12 bosses in 3 separate phases, in 3 separate sections. That's so interesting to me. We get to, and it's barely anything, right? It's not even like it's a ton of content. It's not like you're running through a gigantic castle or anything. You are technically running through an Ice Crown Citadel, but it wasn't really that much. But the fact that there were multiple encounters, the fact that it progressed the way raids in WoW are basically big dungeons, and raids in 14 are just bosses. Yeah, Ulduar had 16 bosses. What a great area that was. Even stuff like Trial of the Grand Crusader was great. I think Trial of the Grand Crusader had like 3 bosses. I do like 14's game. Yeah, and that's the crazy thing is I love 14's gameplay. I loved my rotation. When I got to really cut loose with my character, with my black mage, or it's a black mage, right? Not thaumaturge. Isn't it first thaumaturge and then it becomes black mage? When I got to really fight something strong enough where I could cut loose with my character, God, I loved it. That's the one thing that I'm not kidding you. The one thing that makes me want to go back to Final Fantasy 14 is I get to play a Black Mage again. I love my character. I love my spell rotation. I loved optimizing it. I love trying to make it work. I love trying to make it work on the run. Fighting boss, like, it's as funny as that sounds, like, I feel like that's a joke in the Black Mage community where it's like you can't do anything because you're running the whole time. I liked trying to optimize where I could cast spells and what I could do and transposing to keep my stacks available. Like, I liked that stuff. That was so much fun to me. I like playing Black Mage more than I like playing Arcane Mage in WoW. And I love playing Archmage. One thing that helps a lot of people with the length of the story too is streaming it. So many people love seeing people's first times. They love to help for the stuff where you have to team up, and you get to be social on here while you move forward. Yeah, that would help absolutely. Of course, then becomes the problem of, am I supposed to only play it on stream, which I definitely would not do. But yeah, that would probably help. That would help if I streamed it. I think that would help. I think that's the trick. You aren't holding anyone back. Helping others is part of what makes 14 fun. It's kind of core. The game rewards you for helping others. I don't know, but then, you know, I'll give you an example. Let's say when Endwalker. I can't say Dawn Trail because Dawn Trail is probably going to operate differently. But let's say when Endwalker came out, day one, right? It's the first weekend of Endwalker. Are you all really going to want to help me? Are you going to want to help me go through raids? No, you're going to want to play Endwalker. You're not going to want to go back and do level 40 dungeons. You're going to want to play Endwalker. And then I can't play with you guys. Yeah, then you get a boss with 2 phases. The stuff before you fought the bosses in WoW, most of the time teaching you the boss coming up was going to be like, that was fun, man. The trash mobs and stuff. I don't know. I got a kick out of it. It was more time for me to be social. It was more time for us to make jokes and figure out what we're going to do and pull and get the vibe. That was one thing that I liked about raid mobs in WoW, was you kind of get a vibe. Right, if you're dying a lot to the mobs, you know, all right, everybody's off their game. There's probably no point in fighting the boss tonight. Koala Muhammad is what you want, but the player base didn't like how long they took, so we got boss fights, and that's a shame because I like that. The only one I didn't like was the end of Realm Reborn. Why did that take like 2.5 hours? That was a bit excessive. Yeah, Oldwar was your favorite raid? Executor, my favorite raid in WoW, believe it or not. I always say that this is I always said that this was kind of funny because I think people hated this raid, but I actually think it was my favorite one. It had my favorite fights. Which again, ironically, there was not really much trash in this. Firelands in Cataclysm was my favorite. I loved the Illustrazor fight, where someone has to go up and fly around and then attack Illustrazor. I love the boss. What was it? I don't want to say it was Volcanus. I forget what his name was. Where you have to attack his legs and steer him over the little volcanoes. Like, I love that fight. I think that was so much fun. I had more fun. The only time I had more fun in that game was trying to fight the Lich King. Was all the stuff, like even ICC itself was great. Ice Crown Citadel, I thought that was great. But learning the Lich King fight and then finally beating him, I think that was the only time I had more fun than Firelands. And it was sad because everybody sounded like they hated Firelands. You go back to a raid someone else hasn't done. The game rewards you extra rewards for helping. Then it always comes down to the streamer. I know some people that just stream chunks of MSQ and did a lot. Yeah, see that's probably what I would have to do. I hated raiding in Destiny 2. It was a whole dungeon with a series of puzzles, and if one person messed up, you had to do the puzzle. Yeah, see there was no puzzles in WoW. It was just you fight. There might be some switches you have to hit, but they're not puzzles. But I have to like MMOs in the first place to want to help you. Most people don't touch the story for a few days because they want to learn the new jobs. Oh, okay. For EW was Reaper and Sage. Crystal Tower? Wait, why are you saying Crystal Tower? I also understand how nice it is to be able to go back and do familiar stuff during new content as a breather. I guess maybe so. I don't know. Maybe I'm more in my head than anything else. Crystal Tower are the fastest raids in the game and the one people use to under gear to cheese. To the point that devs have to put an anti-cheese system. Labyrinth can be done in 18 minutes. Circus Tower. I like that one. Circus Tower. I don't know. I'm guessing that was a raid. There was something called Circus something or other that was a dungeon. And I love that dungeon. It takes 21 minutes, and World of Darkness takes 19 minutes unless people get dumb on. Yeah, like I thought the dungeons were way more interesting. Isn't that weird? I feel like that's strange. Because it was more of what I wanted. It's an earlier thing. I disagree because in 14 you have to do everything, so you're going to experience it all. In WoW, you can, as you're saying, just skip to what's new and popular, and then you're done. You no need to go back. You already know what happened before. It hurts the game. See, in Dragoon, the problem is I do go back. I go back, and going back to the previous stuff feels like prequels. It feels like watching prequel movies, where I go back and I think, oh man, I remember that. I just fought this. It was like backstory, but I was free to explore the backstory as much as I wanted to. Put it this way. How many Tales of games are out there? Right? Tales of Arise and Tales of this, Trails in the Sky. Isn't that like a spin-off series? How much harder does it make it for people to get into that series if a new game comes out when they find out that the stories are interconnected and they need to play all 6 games before it? How much does it feel like it's like an undertaking? It's like a massive thing that you have to do in order to enjoy it the way everybody's telling you to enjoy it. Oh, well, the games are interconnected, so you have to play through every Tales game or Trails in the Sky game in order to get the most out of this game. Now, all of a sudden, this new game feels like it's 900 hours long. Yeah, Trails is a commitment. So when a new one comes out and people say, how accessible is this to new players? If somebody was to tell you it's not really accessible, you kind of need to play the other games first. All of a sudden, I have to play 900 hours of a game. And now it suddenly immediately feels like I don't want to do this. And sure, you have a choice. At least with that, you have a choice that you could start later and then go back to the other ones if you feel like, if you feel the desire to do so. But you kind of don't have that in 14. I'm so hyped for Eden Ultimate, but also dreading Light Rampart 2. You do, but a lot of people end up didn't end up doing that when you look at how people started to play WoW as it declined. Yeah, and again, I feel like the decline of WoW had nothing to do with the length, like how many expansions it was. I feel like when you go back to like Legions and Warlords of Draenor, and the problem wasn't just, wow, there's so much content. Wow. The problem was a lot of people didn't seem to like what they were doing with the gameplay. Right? Yeah, a lot of that was on Blizzard. People didn't like what they were doing with the gameplay. People didn't like certain aspects of the story. For the most part, I don't know. I feel like some stuff kind of pissed people off, like the stuff with Varian, which I felt like the stuff with Varian was coming. But I mean, the stuff like the Battle for Azeroth stuff, all the stuff that happened with what's her name, Sylvanas, and when she dude, when Sylvanas took over the Horde and then she left the Horde, right? Because when she killed hold on, what was it? Oh no, when she killed him outside the gates, of Orgrimmar. Damn it, Sourfang. When she killed Sourfang, and she oh my god, when she screamed, so good. That's so good. That's good stuff. But the gameplay is what pissed everybody off. The gameplay is what really got it. And this thing where they transition into these sort of cinematic scenes, these cinematics instead of like actual CG cutscenes, I think that kind of put people off too. I don't think a lot of people like that. But there were my point is just that there was a lot going on with the decline of WoW. That had much more to do with the gameplay than the way new expansions were handled. I think that I think it was still easy to get into it. Skipping content was a decently large factor, not the only one, but it created short bursts of play, which exasperated other issues. See, I don't know, but then you look at Final Fantasy XIV, and it's designed around short bursts of play. It's designed around you playing through the expansion and then putting it down. Isn't that? I mean, they said that themselves, right? That 14 is designed for you to play the expansion when it's designed for you to not have to play it all the time. Unless you start the game brand new, and then if you wanna catch up to where everybody else is, to where your friends are, you do have to play it all the time. You do have to constantly play it. So it kind of goes against what they themselves have said that they want it to be. Didn't Yoshi P straight up say, it's designed for you to play it for a while and play through the expansion, and then you're done, and then you don't have to play it every day. You don't have to grind reputations or it's not like you're going to lose progress if you miss a day. But if you're just getting into the game, you kind of have to play it all the time. If you hope to catch up to everybody else, you have to kind of keep playing it. Again, I don't think that the game is bad. I think that there were certain things that I kind of wish were done differently. So it's hard for me to play it for a consistent amount of time. Do you not have phones? Yeah, WoW stopped wowing people. It's fun when you don't care about story after COM. 14 is designed as a continued experience, though. You're intended to play from A to Z at your own pace, but you're going to see it all while making it a flip to whatever chapter you like. Caused the. I really don't think it caused the issue. I don't know. I don't know if you're citing something specifically. I don't think it caused the issue. I think that there's more going on that was wrong with WoW than you are aware of. There was a lot wrong with WoW. I mean, not to mention people were just burnt out of playing WoW in general. And they wanted something else. The graphics engine wasn't updated recently enough, but there was a lot happening with the game that had nothing to do with that stuff. He said if you're hitting burnout or finding you getting to parts that you just not feeling motivated, then the game is built to stop. The end game isn't really anything to catch up for. See, but that's the problem, Lilac, and that's kind of the issue, is that if you're getting to a point in the game where you're feeling burnt out or you don't want to do it, like you're not interested in it, it's designed for you to put the game down. But when I come back to the game, I have to go back to that. You know, when I go back to Final Fantasy 14, I was in the middle of the Evil East raids. So I either have to abandon that or continue on with the part of the game that I found so uninteresting. It made me stop. And obviously the Evil East stuff is the stuff, the tactics stuff, I should say, is the stuff that I was most excited for. And I wasn't motivated to get through it. So if and when I go back to the game, I either have to slog my way through that, or I have to give up on it and go back to whatever else it was that I was doing. But what if that part of the game that I thought was a slog, that I found so uninteresting that it made me put the game down, what if that was main story? Is that going to motivate me to go back and play the game again, knowing that I stopped because I was bored? It's not going to motivate me to play it. Not cause the issue. It was just a decent factor for the issue. I think it's being misunderstood. I'm not saying it was the only issue, but it was a part of the issue that combined. But my point, Dragoon, though, is like you're saying it's part of the issue. I'm saying I never heard anybody complain about that ever. Never in all of the years, because I've tried to keep up on WoW to an extent. Never has anybody said I don't like WoW because I don't have to play the whole thing. I've never heard anybody say that. Skip cutscene. In fact, it's often a misconception. While there is a top level dungeon raid, you'll learn when you catch up that most players just do roulettes or book challenges, which are low level content. I don't know, but that's not fun to me though. Like it's fun to fill out my book, right? I like that little book that you get, which I think is what you're talking about, where you do the little challenges and you go back and you play some of the old areas, and that's fine. Okay, I fill out my what's it called? Wonder something, Wonder Tales or whatever it was. That's fine, but ultimately, I want to do the current content. I want to play the newest boss fights. I want to do the latest dungeons. I used to roulette. I used to do the on the little Wonder Tales book, whatever it was, the thing that you fill in. I used to roulette it or like reset it. So it was only the higher level dungeons. Chloe's Wonders. See, I like that. I like that Wondrous Tales or whatever the hell it was called, because I felt like there was a reason to do some of that stuff. That motivated me to do it, but even then, I would still reset it so that I could do the higher level dungeons, so that I can keep my again. We go back to that, so that I could keep my rotation, so that I can keep using my spells. I'm sorry, this kind of turned into like a Final Fantasy 14 stream. I've heard it before, but again, it didn't affect what you've heard. Yeah, obviously not, but yeah, I never heard anybody say that. I never heard anybody say I burned out on WoW. I've never heard anybody say I burned out on WoW because I don't have to play the whole game. Like think about how that sentence sounds. I've never heard anybody say that. I burnt out on Final Fantasy 14 because I have to play the whole game. Because I can't not jump to something that I feel is more relevant. Why the hell did you stick that sticker there and scam me from my third line? I know. We're gonna play 16, I guess. I don't know. It's gonna turn into a 16 stream in a minute. Only Greg can stream 14 and not open. Yeah, right. Only Greg can have a Final Fantasy 14 stream, and I'm not currently subbed to the game. WoW, I agree. That's another thing. I mean, I didn't do the PvP very often in WoW, but I did. I did a couple. There was a short time where I did a lot of the PvP, not the 1v1s. I did like 2v2s and 3v3s, and we did Executor. What was the big? It was the big battles, the big PvP. Not Winter Song or whatever it was called. Not the PvP area. Arathi Basin. Was it Arathi Basin? The one where you had like three towers that you had to fight and defend. I did a crap load of that. It might have been Arathi Basin. I did a crap load of Arathi Basin, and I did a ton of when they opened the battle arena underneath Stormwind, and those were the 1v1s. I did a bunch of that. I love that stuff. That wasn't PvP though. I don't think that was PvP. That was PvE like 1v1 battles. Oh, Warsong Gulch. Yeah. Wait, I am thinking of Warsong Gulch. No, I did like Warsong Gulch. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did like what am I saying? I liked Warsong Gulch. Yeah, I like that. I did like the PvP. And it doesn't seem like anybody PvPs, and I mean that's not a big draw for me, but it doesn't seem like anybody PvPs really in 14. Which is not, again, that's not really a big concern for me. What you mean? Greg is doing the most 14 stream. If you go into 14 streams, you'll find the vast majority are just chatting. Sometimes they are in games. Sometimes they are not. So I am a 14 streamer. Just another spam. One move. Just it's not skipping cause burnout. It caused players to drop the game early. It was an issue of too much of a good thing. Good things can and often do have negative effects. I mean, but you can say that about anything though. That's not WoW specific. That's anything. Depending on how you word it, I burned out on Final Fantasy 14 because there was too much story. Because I had to play the whole thing. So that's not really, I wouldn't say that contributed to the downfall of WoW any more than it contributes to the downfall of Final Fantasy 14. I think that if that's just burnout. I think too much of a good thing is just another way to say burnout. You just played too much of it at once. Yeah, so that's not even something that I particularly put on 14, other than it's not a thing for me. AFK in 14 to bump up his playtime to fool us. Like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Sag, I've actually had the game open this entire time. So 6 out of 10. Too much story. It kind of was like, oh, I didn't want to, and it's a shame too, because some of it was really interesting, right? I loved, I mean, can I be honest? 14 kind of lost me. It lost. I don't want to. I feel like I don't want to spoil. No, I'm not gonna say anything because I was gonna spoil. I know you guys are playing. It's like some people are playing it, so I don't want to spoil anything. But there was a character that I was quite fond of, and suddenly that character wasn't available anymore, and I was quite upset. But I think Greg needs ERP. I mean, if I want ERP like that, I'll just go to VR chat. I'm not saying it caused burnout. I'm saying kind of the opposite. They finished it quickly and felt done because they could skip. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. So you got to be horny to be invested. Well, that's why I'm playing Unicorn Overlord. Is it bad that I have loaded the game and just been AFK and Limsa the whole time? And why is Limsa so confusing? I'm stuck at the end of Realm Reborn to Heaven's Ward. It feels yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier, Dragoon. That particular sort of dungeon, it's like 2 hours. The whole experience at the end of that game is like 2.5 hours long. Between actual stuff that you're doing and cutscenes and all, it's like they give you a break halfway through. Halfway through, they tell you if you want to save, so that you can just straight up stop playing it right there. It's crazy. I think it warns you at the beginning of it that this is going to be a long time. So make sure you have time to do this. I hate Limsa, but I can't stand a Limsa. I don't know why. It's just the layout I find very odd. Send me back to Ul'dah. That's where I'm from. So there you go. Oh, I beat Realm Reborn, but I'm doing the Road to Heaven's Ward content. Oh, okay. You did the actual ending. Yeah, I think it's the ending that I'm thinking of. You know, different spots. There's Lalafell bench, the sexy cat girl wall, the sticky rock. That's disturbing because that's disturbing, and I think I know why it's disturbing. Ul'dah reminds me of 12's first city. I really like the visual. Yeah, I love Ul'dah. I like going there and just sort of running around and yeah, and that's probably the other thing that I thought that this was a really cool thing about 14 was that your one character can be all of the different classes, and I had no desire to play any of the other classes. I didn't. You know what's crazy? I didn't even do. I had a bunch of characters. I think I had like 5 or 6 characters in WoW, which is not a lot compared to people, but so that I could have all of my, because I think you could only learn 2 jobs at the time, side jobs, right? Like herbalist and alchemy or something. So I had multiple characters that I had leveled up to 80, and I wanted to like I did adventure with them. I did battle with them here and there, but for the most part, they were my farmer characters. They were the ones that would go out and pick all of my stuff, or they would gather all my fabrics and whatnot. And they were the ones that did. They were supplementary to all my. I'm saying side things, and I forget what exactly they were called. But when I first played 14, people said no, you can just do everything with one character, and I thought, oh, that's awesome. I can do everything with one character. And then I thought, well, why would I make another character if I could do everything with one? And then I thought, I don't want to do all of this with one character. I didn't do any of the side jobs, right? I had no jobs in 14. I didn't do anything. I did the black mage stuff, and that was it. I did nothing else. I don't even know what are the jobs in 14. Not the combat classes. Like, is there like herbalism where you pick flowers, and like what are the things in WoW in 14? I literally don't even know. There were so many exclamation marks everywhere. I didn't know which one to click. Anyway, back to WoW. Yeah, like crafters and gatherers. Like what are the crafting and gathering jobs? Like yeah, that's what it is. Crafting and gathering. I didn't even know. And that's funny because I had multiple characters in WoW specifically so that I can do that stuff. Okay. I started doing alchemy on the side. Yeah, did I do alchemy? I think maybe I did alchemy. I don't know. I guess I'll have to get a month subscription and go back into the game. I wonder. Let me. I'm gonna click the game. Let's see. I'm just. Hold on. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Am I okay? Are we still here? I clicked on Final. I've clicked on the launcher. I have clicked on the Final Fantasy 14 launcher. It's the first time I clicked on it in forever. I'm expecting a 90 gig download. Nothing. I'm on the title screen or the loader screen. Crafting, you have blacksmith, goldsmith, armor smith, leatherwork, alchemy, culinarian, and weaver. And gathering, you get miner, botany, and fish. See, and lilac, that's not even that many. If this were WoW, my one character would have all of those maxed out. I had characters specifically to do all of those jobs. The only one I didn't have a leather worker. I didn't have anybody who farmed. Actually, no, I had somebody who farmed leather. I didn't have a leather worker. I didn't run any characters that used leather armor. I had an herbalist. I had a miner. I think I had fishing. I know that sounded really bad. I'm pretty sure I had fishing. I had a jeweler. Archaeology. I had an archaeologist. Was it jeweler? I had a blacksmith. Yeah, miner with an E. I had a jeweler. I had an alchemist. I had a tailor, fabric weaver to make bags. I needed a character to make me more bags because of the way bags work. I used to sell bags for a fortune. Yeah, I had most of the jobs just spread out over characters. Was it fun maxing those jobs? Yes and no. I kind of enjoyed it because I got to. What I did with my characters in order to level them up was I went through, and this is sort of what we were talking about earlier. Kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier. I used my other characters to revisit old areas. I leveled up my character here, so I need to level up my herbalism. So I took quest lines in other areas. So then I was able to go through old content with a new character with a different goal in mind. Like I still did the jobs and I still leveled my characters and I still did the combat, but I also was able to complete my job and max out my job and then hop through different areas. So that's what I kind of did. Most of the time I finished the stories, or certain aspects of the story, and then I hopped to another area. So it was kind of, I don't know, it was good. It was almost like leveling other characters in WoW for me was like, it was like World of Warcraft, the Tales of Azeroth. You know what I mean? It wasn't one gigantic story. It just felt like, oh, I'm just going to go through and I'm going to learn these little stories about these different areas that I haven't been to and these characters. And maybe I'll go through some dungeons and, get the backstory for the dungeons that I went through. And that was really fun for me. I enjoyed that. The critically acclaimed MMO. I will say some crafting jobs are a lot more obnoxious in the free trial account, since you can't buy some ingredients. You need to gather them. So you also need to dabble in gathering if you're doing, which I liked. And that's the thing, is I like that. I enjoyed that. That was something that I liked in WoW. And again, one of the reasons I liked it was because I could explore. It was incentive for me to fly around on my mount and find things in the world. Because it got me out into the world. It got me to see things. Little icons would pop up on the map, and let me go over there. And then I go over there, and there was a cave that I'd never seen before, or there was a little town or a little building or something. Like, I don't know, I just got to explore. I think that's what I like about games. That's my favorite thing. Like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. That's why I explore the whole map before I did any of the story. Tempest Keep. Is that what it was? Tempest Keep. Thank you. That was the dungeon with the Ashes of Alar, which I could have just easily looked up. Ashes of Alar. Look, it popped right up. Mount collected. That was such a cool mount, but I never got it. Yeah, from the eye in Tempest Keep. That was it. That was it. What a great mount that was. It wasn't my go-to though. My go-to was I did the quests for the Sandstone Drake when they made it so that you could transform into a dragon, and then my guild helped me with the quest to do the Terragosa staff, the legendary staff. I was the mage that was in our guild that did the legendary staff. I don't mind. For example, in 14, I wanted to make a tomb for a quest, but to do that, I need alchemy to level 50 at around 20 to 15-ish. Tome. Alchemy goes, oh, sorry, you need gatherable goods now, which you can buy from the free market or get yourself. So to level up alchemy, you need to start leveling up gatherer. Well, that was sort of the same thing. WoW had that too. You needed, if you wanted to level up alchemy, you needed to level up herbalism. Or you either needed to buy everything or you needed to level up herbalism. Yeah, that's always kind of like that. That's why I did that, because WoW only let you have like 2 or 3 jobs per person. So you needed multiple characters in order to have multiple jobs. Or you needed to buy a crap load of stuff from the auction house. Crafters and gatherers work well together. Like you need leather from the leather work to make armor for armorsmith. Gems from the goldsmith for weapons on blacksmith. And then you need miner in botany in order to get the material. Yeah, so that all worked really well. And it helps that you can do them all on one character. It's not bad, but you can feel the limits of free trial accounts when it happens. It's very annoying. Oh, Dragon's saying, yeah, with the free trial doing an RMT counter, you cannot use them. Oh, you can't use the market boards. Oh, okay, so you don't have it. Yeah, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice but to do it. That's a bummer. All right. Hey, it says we have 3,600 followers. Thank you, everybody. Hold on. Wait, what? It says we have 3,600 followers. So thank you very much. I appreciate all the humans out there, and to all the robots out there. When the Terminators rise up, don't kill me. Used to be open, but RMT bots ruin it. I mean, that always ends up being what happened. Look at the Discord. Wait, what am I looking at? Ooh, is this Star Wars? Keanu Reeves. Oh, that's what somebody was saying earlier. But apparently it's not. This says, so it is confirmed that Keanu Reeves is going to be Shadow. I mean, that's a good pick, right? I think that's a good pick. $360. We got a free Xbox. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say I beat Twintania. It took me a few days longer counting the hours I spent trying to find a party. Twintania? I don't know what that is. As a free trial account, players can't give you stuff either. Yeah, you are stuck. Yeah, you're stuck kind of doing that. I mean, it makes sense. John Wick as Shadow. If anybody's gonna be the gunplay character, huh? It's gonna be John Wick. The difference is he'll probably be the one to shoot Maria this time. All right, let me close that. What time is it? Exit Final Fantasy 14. Well, how much is 14? 14 is still like $15 a month. One of the new things they're adding in 7.0 is a new blacklist upgrade. So instead of just hiding their messages, it's nuking them from existence. You can Thanos snap them when you blacklist someone. It's not the person's character, but the whole account. Oh, okay. So account banning. Account banning from your own personal side. Account blocking, I guess you would say. Then I don't know how messages also makes it so they don't even see them in the world. Oh, that's good. I like that. We'll love the Shadow. Can they see you? I guess they can still technically see you, right? Because otherwise people would know that they're banned. Ray Bells would be a attack called Twister, which killed everyone all of the time. But it's over. Oh, okay. I gotta find the video of the Mimir fight where everybody walked in and got immediately killed in Ulduar. That's such a great video. I'll have to find that for you sometime. Possibly, but from your side, they'll be gone. It was brought up and upgraded due to stalking. Yeah, due to stalking incidents in the game. I mean, that always kind of sucks. That's a shame. It's a shame that you have to sort of deal with that stuff. I remember, like when Zepla was playing and like Asman and some of these other people that they would play, and then they would talk about, like Zepla. Obviously, she had a better experience, but there are some people that they go and they try and play them, and then they have bad experiences, and then they have bad experiences because they're streaming, people see them, they get on them, they know what server they're on, and then they just sort of harass them the whole time. It's like, damn, I really wish they could have fun playing the game. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. I mean, I didn't realize it was that late. I can't believe we talked for that long. I don't know. I used to not. You know what's crazy? I used to not like talking. Is that strange? When I was a kid, I didn't want to talk to anybody, and I guess maybe it was just because like the kids were mean to me, but I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't want to be the guy that stood up in front of the class and read something. I hated that. Oh my God. I couldn't stand that when I was a kid. Now I just ramble. Maybe it's just because nobody's in here, but that's not even true, because I've had conversations that go on for hours with people, and just like in person. And it's kind of wild because I was never like that. Like, I just looked at the time and didn't realize we just hit 70. I gotta hit I gotta spend the last 30 playing a game. It's because I don't like games. Fake gamer. I feel that until I street canvas in collage. I hated talking to people. Now I learned how to turn on talk mode. I guess so. I loathe having to read in class or being called on it. Yeah, I hated it. Yeah, I know it's college. I hated it. And now, I don't know, I turn this on and I just go for it. I mean, I guess I was always kind of, you know what I think it was? I guess it was always that I was always willing to talk a lot if it was something that I really liked. But what I really liked was video games, and I didn't know anybody that wanted to talk about video games. So I don't know, maybe that's why. Maybe that was the problem. You know, it wasn't until in grade school I literally had, I think, 3 friends in grade school that also liked that stuff, and then so that was who I talked to. But then in high school, that's where I started to meet more people that we all really liked that stuff. So that's probably when I became more social and a little bit more like this. Yeah, it has to be something I'm interested in. And when I was a kid, no one wanted to talk about the things that I was interested in. You know, I liked video games, and grown-ups didn't like video games, and other kids thought I was a nerd. You know, they were right, but still. All right, but yeah, give me a few minutes. Let me run to the restroom. Let me get some coffee, and then when I come back, I think we should still probably jump into Final Fantasy 16. At the very least, to just remember where I was and what I was doing. But yeah, we can get an hour in of Final Fantasy 16, unless I just start downloading updates to 14 and see where the game puts me. Fortunately, I always had a few fellow nerdy classmen. It's funny how gaming used to get you talked about, and now it's what's even funnier, D, is that people still talk trash about people who play video games. It's just it's so much easier for us to connect to other gamers that we don't care. You know, there are people out there that believe we're losers because we play video games. And you know what? They're out there and we're in here. But when I was a kid and there was no internet and there was no social media, if no one in my neighborhood played video games and no one at my school played video games and no one in my house played video games, I was a lonely gamer. I didn't have anybody to talk to about that stuff. It's you're a nerd. It's not what you said I don't like. It's the tone in which you said it. Yeah, we just had a time skip or something. And oh, that's right. We had that time skip. Yeah. Oh, that's right. So we got the new power. That's right. All right. So yeah. So give me a few minutes. Let me run to the restroom and I will be right back. You feel like you got something on your face. Call me a nerd. You're not wrong. Just don't say it that way. Yeah, Jugger, there's a difference between you're a nerd and you're a nerd. It's like, yeah, they're both right, but ow. You used to play Melee Bowser competitively? Oh, you're talking about Smash? I see that, Scar. I never went back to it. I'm not. That's not Scarlet Nexus's fault. I never went back to it because of exactly why I said, which is, if I got Unicorn Overlord or Baldur's Gate 3, that was immediately going to take over, and I was going to stop playing anything else that I was playing, and those were going to be the games that I was playing. And I got Unicorn Overlord, so I immediately started playing it. So that's not really Scarlet Nexus's fault. What are both versions? I upgraded the PS4 version to the PS5. So they're both technically on here. Yeah, so it's I don't play a lot on here. I mean, look, Remake is still on my little dashboard thing from when I tried it out to see how it looks on the PS5. Like, this is not... Oh, no, wait, because I had to download Intergrade. So I needed it. So it's still on my dashboard. I just haven't played a lot on my PS5. I feel like every one of those should have a zoom in. Right? Every one of those should be like... Letter Trails, have a good one. What, do you still have the PS4 version of Scarlet Nexus on there? Oh, no, I don't think the file's on there. Isn't that just the icon? Yeah, it looks like Keanu as Shadow is confirmed. Yeah, I don't know. Is it on there? Here. Settings? Where? I don't want to go past something that doxes myself. Storage. Damn. Console storage. Games and apps. So let me see. Are they still both on there? Scarlet Nexus. Oh, it is on there. PS4. Wait. Okay, there we go. Wow, the PS4, look at that. Can you see that? Okay. The PS4 version takes up more space than the PS5 version. PS4 26 gigs. Here, we'll get rid of it too. PS5 17 and a half. Interesting. Isn't that wild? House Sage, hey, he's good. He's over asleep on the bed. He was being annoying earlier, of course. 13 Sentinels. Like, there isn't really much. I mean, I only have, the 1 terabyte. Yeah, generally the PS5 versions are better. Oh, yeah, you did mention that before. How's Fall Guys 13 gigs? Lego Star Wars, Nier Automata, or Automata, how people say it. There goes Remake right there, which I have to keep on there for Intergrade. Heck Divers, Stellar Blade almost 16 gigs. Yeah, that's it. And Returnal's a lot. I'll hang on to that because I'll probably try that again every once in a while. This is the digital art book, so I don't really worry too much about that. Fortnite's on here. I'm gonna leave Fortnite on there for now, but I haven't played it in a while. Rebirth is 146 gigs on there. I mean, it's gonna be. I mean, realistically, I could probably safely remove it right now, just because I'm not like I'm done. I'm done with Rebirth. There's nothing that I want to go back to Rebirth and play. 146 gigs and 143 of them are mini games. Yeah, I feel like if I just delete it, it'll be fine, right? Obviously, it's not gonna delete my save data. What about the beach scene? The only thing I didn't do was I didn't go back for the other dates. After you beat the game, there's an option to go back and experience the date sequences with other people. But I don't know. I feel like I can just watch YouTube videos, right? There's no build up if I can just pick who I go on the date with. So as far as I could just go and watch a YouTube video or something probably for that. There's no build up. There's no like, oh, who's it going to be? I know who it's going to be. I pick them. Astros. I never went back and finished playing this. I enjoyed this for the like 30 minutes I was playing. The Yuffie one is great. That's who my date was with. It was with Yuffie, which I was really happy for that. That was a lot of fun. 7 Rebirth was one and done. It's not that it was one and done. I'm just not going to play it again right now. There's nothing for, like I did I did all of the things in every area. So there's nothing for me to play right now. The only thing in Rebirth that I would do is like ultra completionist stuff, which I don't care about. I donate the money. What? Who said that? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Cloud Pet scratches Red 13's belly. This is embarrassing. Am I going to delete Lego Star Wars? No, of course not. I'm going to go back to it someday. Why is an Elden Ring installed on your system? Because I don't install garbage. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, it's just not my. I know it's the gag, but I got one of the deadlier, more feared persona. My name is Alice. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. She looks kind of dangerous. I think Men in Black put it best when he does the training thing and he shoots the little girl in the like on the training thing, and he says, you know, if she's here in the middle of the night hanging out with a bunch of monsters, she's the dangerous one. Is Armor Core? No, I didn't put Armor Core in here. I needed space. Armor Core wasn't something I was going to go back to right at this moment, so I needed space for that. Those are all physical games. Like, I have them physically, so I can just re-download them like that. But her signature move is called Die For Me. Yeah, with the quantum physics books, like that little girl was about to start something, like he says in the movie. So yeah, I buy it. All right, so delete. Goodbye, Rebirth. Wait. There you go. I'll see you, Rebirth. Realistically, I'm not gonna play that anytime soon. AC6 community. I'll be honest. Hey, Hexen. Happy birthday to you. I guess it's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Happy birthday to you. What's faster? No, to me. Why is it my birthday? Yeah, it's not my birthday. Wait, now I'm lost. Do you tend to replay games outside of streaming? Do I tend to replay? What do you mean? Like I stream a game and then I go back, like 16, for instance. Like, will I go back and play through 16 again? Probably not. There's a good chance that I won't do that. Because I plan on playing that game all the way on stream. Sometimes there are some stream games that I am legitimately considering going back to at some point that I didn't finish on stream. I do eventually want to try. I'm sort of torn about going back to Digimon, because one of the problems with Digimon for me, other than ley lines, was we kind of broke the game and we made it really powerful, but I think we did it too much. Like, Digimon was a new experience. When I say that I like to break the difficulty of a game and I get a kick out of that, I usually mean games that I already am familiar with. I wasn't familiar with Digimon, and I'm not familiar with Digimon, so I think breaking that game early was a problem. And so I'm torn on, if I go back to Digimon, will I start it over? And will I try to play through the game at a normal rate of progression? Because breaking that game early was a mistake. Oh, like having a need to want to replay some games. Oh, I do that from time to time. There's just so much to play. If I go back to something like that, if I go back to a sort of comfort game, it's going to be something older and shorter. You know, I'll go back and I'll play Super Metroid or Link to the Past or something. I'm not going to go back and play Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's too much for me to go back to as a comfort game. Let me ask Garrett, what are your thoughts when a game adds content to previous content in a game you've already beaten after that's been like 16 adding extra scenes? So like the Persona 5 Royal, where they added stuff. It's not just stuff added to the end of the game. It's stuff that happens in the middle of the game. I'm not a huge fan of it, but if I can go... Put it this way, do I have to play through the whole game again to get to that? That's a problem for me. Stuff added to the base game, not a new release. But I would have to play through the whole game again to experience it, because I think that's you would in this case. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't particularly like that. I'm happy for the new people that are going to play the game, that are going to get to do it with all of that experience. But if I have to play through the whole game again in order to experience the 1 or 2 new chapters that you added, why can't you just let me skip to that part of the game? I'm not a big fan of that. All right, I should probably press the button. Oh my god. I don't think this is the thing. I don't think. Oh, let me switch to category 2. I don't think I'll ever get used to this. Just being able to just immediately start the game up. But yeah, Hexen, I appreciate the birthday wishes. See me in 2.5 months when it's my birthday at the beginning of July. Say if you happen to go to too many games and you bump into me there, you can wish me a happy birthday there, because my birthday is the next week after that. Well, week and a half after. My birthday is July 2nd. So too many games is what, the 22nd through the 24th this year. And I mean, that's depending on how often I go to, or depending on how long I'm going to be at too many games. I've said before, we're having kind of a problem. We don't have a hotel, so too many games is probably going to end up just being a Saturday trip to go up there. And I'm like, I'm kind of bummed out about that, but I am here to confuse people. Yeah, we don't have a hotel or anything. Oh, yours is June 21st. Yours is going to be the day before Too Many Games starts. A little skeleton dancing. Yeah, okay. Over right? No, let's just... You'll be a TMG? Okay. All right, we're right here. Look, I still... Look at that. Do you see what happened? I want you all... I had to change category. I want you all to pay attention to what just happened. Final Fantasy 16. I want you to pay attention to what just happened there. I saved here knowing that when I start the game back up, I'll be right in front of the quest area that I need to go to. And the second I had control of my character, the first thing I did was begin to run away from it because I wasn't paying attention. If you ever wonder how does he get lost, that's how. So I posted about earlier on Twitter. I mentioned how I appreciate a lot of the stuff 16 is getting, but I don't like personally, for that instance, if I want to see Clive get his mark removed, I have to replay it. Oh, is that what you were talking about? Oh no. So yeah, the whole thing where he gets his mark removed, that's going to be in the game, and I would have to replay the game. There's no side quest I can pick up where they tell me the story. Oh, Brandon, I see you've removed your mark. I remember when I removed my mark. And right, and then it cuts back to Clive, and now you play that adventure. You got some silly news? Hexen. Is it that Keanu Reeves is going to be Shadow in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie? Because if it is, I don't know. What's your news?
Adventures arrived this morning. Victor says
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me.
Yeah, that's not a joke. I think I got... I out-newsed text.
Seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
none worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
So what's your news?
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons.
Look, it's a real Moogle. Not one of those fake ones. You're going to speed run Mega Man X1 on GDQ on 420. Ah, all right. Ah, congratulations. Almost at 420. Oh, congratulations. We will have to watch it. Oh, PST. Oh, wait. So that's, what, 720 here? Oh, 720? There you go. A little skateboard. Oh, classic skateboard game.
I'd trust I'm not intruding.
Hello there.
Back from your mission? I'm
Who are
beginning
you?
to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
What?
I'll have you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
She's new. Okay.
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies.
This is explaining everything
Well,
that
that's not
happened
for
in the
want of
time skip.
trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here?
Okay. This is my politics advisor.
Of a northeastern storm has endured. Recent days have seen the blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath some.
This is my exposition for my current
It's a wonder
position.
then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled?
That one country just cuts through the other two right down the middle. What a
You
power
on the
move.
Twin side. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all,
Dark cloud,
she has
mid-ass
ever
game.
endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even. Right.
Wait, normally I
Return
do the
his
side
value
quest
to
first
all
and then I
parts
get the
and
reward.
shelves. Tell him it was adequate.
It's one of the timeline lore masters.
Suppose it wouldn't hurt to
You can
visit our
talk to her to
Western
see character
historian.
connection, how the war and other stuff outside of what Clive has been doing has been going on in the world. There's already a quest where Clive talks about getting his mark removed, but they left the scene out because the doctor didn't know if it would fit the doctor. But he's adding back to the quest. In my case, I already beat all the quests, so I don't want to replay the entire game just to see it. Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I mean, director. There we go. To be, see, and this is sort of like, it's kind of like a double-edged sword for that, because you don't want to play through the quest to see the side quests, to see the cutscene, but realistically it's just a cutscene. You can probably just watch it on YouTube. So it sucks that they did it, but there's an easy way around it. So I don't know. It's one of those situations where yes, it's a problem, but it's probably like there's an easy answer. There's an easy answer. Unless there's a boss fight or something attached to it, or if it's a playable, like if it's a cutscene, just go watch it somewhere else. If it's a playable area and a playable experience, that's a problem. I got banned again? Oh, man. All right, hey, we should wrap it up early. Why not? Can we hear these cities? Well, that was underwhelming. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like for all of that, it's probably a 2-minute cutscene, and then that's it. It's like, I just go watch it on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube kind of alters all of that. It kind of makes it so that it's still you're not wrong. It's still a sucky thing that they do because it may just be a cutscene this time, but it might be a whole sequence with another character another time. Okay, I'll just watch on YouTube so many times. Surely I can totally. It's not the same as when I'm actively playing the game, but it's an option. I don't know, but at the same time though, is it gonna be the same? If you know, like, I feel like that's the sort of situation where it would have been more interesting if it happened while you were playing the game. And you say, oh my God, he burned his face off or he did whatever, he removed his mark. Oh, this is it happening. But if you watch it specifically because you already know, all right, this is going to be the part where he, you know, removes the mark from his face. It's not really a surprise. You know what I mean?
Norseman Harpocrates.
Is a name I have not heard for a long
For
time.
a long time.
So long, in fact.
Yes,
I have half
they just call me
forgotten
Harpocrates now.
Welcome home, Clive. You were missed.
Did you know, Clive? Harpo spelled backwards is Oprah.
Vivian asked me to return it.
Okay. 15 had entire chunks of the game after. Yeah, see, that's a
Our
problem.
resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same. But alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said,
These
I have
tarts.
continued my search
Do they
for
pop?
mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize.
This is HQ until the end of the game.
I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the
But the right ones.
Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
I feel we're looking in the wrong place. I hear there's an adult bookstore. Could you check some stuff out for me?
Nicks him off the Moogle.
And, you know,
Hush now.
don't judge me
We all
for
know
this
there's
list.
No such thing as Moogles.
15's case was story critical stuff. The game's this game's just
seem well.
fluff. Yeah, so like in 15's case, it's a significant problem. I feel like in this game, it's not particularly a problem, but the practice still sucks.
The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them. However well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night. From some more than others.
On that night, we received a grim reminder.
They are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon.
Okay.
I should get some rest while I
That's what I mean. For all that, you can just watch it on YouTube, so stop complaining. I'm like, I'm just saying I wish they had left it in the game in the first place. I mean, yeah, I wish they left it in the game in the first place. I feel like you were asking me about, like the practice of adding that stuff in later, though. Yeah, I think in this particular case, it's probably not going to be that intrusive, but in 15's case, for instance, that kind of sucks because you don't want to have to play through that game all over again. I like this old man. Yeah, it reminds me of Obi-Wan. That was his fault for saying what he said, though. And his beard has little, his beard had little beards.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like.
Oh, here we go.
What it was like to be myself.
See him right there, like that. Maybe that's where it's gonna be. Like it flashes back to the cutscene.
Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter.
Oh,
from Gav.
they scalpel it off?
Artistolus. All right. I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
They scalpel it off. Oh, remember I point my tweet is starting to be a pattern of Square going back and always finished games and tweaking them in ways that aren't bad. But if you played at launch, you're going to be like, I don't remember that. Yeah, that's always kind of frustrating. It's in side quests, I believe, specifically. There's a reason why they scalpel it off. I don't know. I feel like with his fire power, I feel like he would just burn it off of his face, like from the inside out. I would. That'd be sick.
Does that one have blood on it?
Like, that would have been a great sequence for him to, like, he doesn't want the brand anymore. So he, sort of builds up the power and then the brand just sort of bursts into flames. But now his face is on fire. That would have been awesome. Hey!
What can I do for you?
You survived.
Well, you won't hear me complaining.
Yeah. Wait, did you not? Are you literally just not gonna say the second part? Would also speed up the crystal curse? I mean, I guess so, but. Got my own stores now. My own little counter. And thanks to you lot fighting the good fight, plenty of demand for
The
my
only
wares.
drawback.
You're literally not going to say the rest of the sentence? Are you insane? Lady, what's wrong with you? It's a blunt in her hand.
Still,
Yoda's my favorite Star Trek character. Like I said, in this game's case, the removal was never meant to be in, but fans kept asking. Yoshi P is known to actually listen and change things to implement things based around what fans want, which is why it was added now. The game was finished, but fan demand changed that. So yeah, if it's just a cutscene, I know that you're probably tired of hearing it, but like, you can just watch the cutscene. That's not a problem. But the practice itself of adding relevant content in the middle of a game, that sucks. That sucks. But I don't think that's particularly what's happening here. Oh, it leaves a little check mark so you know that you asked. Has it really been 5 years since has it really been I can't really use that voice because we know what she sounds like.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
We were all waiting to treat Sids to a hero's welcome when Coopcard's lot turned up. Not that we knew it was them. They just poured in like a plague of rats, cutting down anyone and anyone's everywhere. Bodies everywhere. There was a voice crying out for Sid to save us all in the midst of it all. I'll never forget those cries. Try as I
You're
might.
our leader now, Clive.
Oh, brother, you don't want me doing that. Promise me you won't let anything like that happen again. Promise me that what may come, Sid will save us. Sure. I was most surprised how controversial it was to say. I don't like when they add new content to older content. I mean, you also know why, though, right? You know, you attacked the thing they love. All right, so I don't know. All of this is crap, right? Battle chains. Are these new? It's like a heat wave. Reduce Rook's Gambit cooldown time. Yeah, we'll decide if I want that stuff later. Oh wait, let me load up my. Oh, elixirs, 10,000. Whew. I don't know. No X potions? We just went right to elixirs, huh? Well, I guess elixirs. I guess in this game, that's all elixirs are. Is just. Yeah, might as well.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Okay.
I don't know. Perhaps I should just have black.
I'll give you a solid maybe. All right, so that's the dress up my character.
I hear a new shipment's just arrived.
X potions. They used to be potions. The reading table. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table, and his chambers. Oh, we're in my chambers. I feel like the fact that we were in my chambers is the more relevant piece of information here. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. I promise you I'm going to forget to do that every single time. This is why my fish died in Mass Effect. The Republican army marches on to the Empire at Twin Side, and the men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to... What's this? I'll see you're done to wear upon my return. He's gonna do what to my underwear? Don't you get a pet in Mass Effect or something? Can't you get fish? I'm pretty sure I had fish and they died. Why do I feel like I had a pet or something? I really liked it, but it had some issues. That sounds like a you problem. Like, yeah, it is. You're right, I did have a problem with it. It also feels the issue reversed too. I don't like this. I'll just go, that does suck, but this is a way around it. And it just comes across as, I don't want solutions. I don't want solutions. I want problems, always. Yeah, or is it a hamster? The internet's overly sensitive. We should stay miles away. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's getting worse. I feel like somehow it's getting worse.
The Republican army is on the march.
Hey, you haven't. Neither of us have changed clothes in 5 years.
Charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital.
Yeah, it sounds like a you issue.
Likely to trouble us.
Well, it's a complaint that I have, so sort of.
It's more than that. This is our chance, the one we've been waiting for.
Time to avenge the previous Cid.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years.
Finally helped them on my first train trip. Oh, very cool. Where'd you go?
If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
You know what's funny about all of this?
Of ours has made me question
This kind of reminds me of Game of Thrones. And obviously, yeah, we've been comparing it to Game of Thrones the entire time. Hold on, let me hear this.
Take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash.
Love what you love, unless you're being biased.
But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that.
Yeah, this is no right answer.
That's no burden.
I know.
I mean, the internet thinks I'm wrong because I think she's awesome.
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima.
Clive, you got to stop keeping that in your pocket. You've been through 17 jackets this week, man. Those things are expensive.
If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
That thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
Baby, come back. I make a song about every sentence.
And we must be ready when he does.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. He finds a feather and boom, Joshua's alive. Actually, that would make sense though. If the feather is still burning, wouldn't that actually mean that Joshua's still alive?
To Cid. 'Cid. 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 '
So okay. So what I was saying about Game of Thrones, like we've been comparing it to Game of Thrones the whole time. Game of Thrones had this big giant thing going on, right? The White Walkers, and nobody cared because it was all the politics. It was all them trying to figure out who's in charge. And that's kind of what's happening here, right? There's this everybody's like, well, this kingdom is fighting this kingdom and they're trying to conquer and they want to rule people and these are slaves, and it's like the Ween is this is the only people that are caring about the Blight specifically.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more.
Like there's this horrible thing that's happening to everybody, and everyone is so self-focused on what they're doing that no one's paying attention to the Blight, except for our boy here.
Are our efforts in vain?
Your efforts. Clive's doing something else specifically, but I do actually think that they are related. I do actually think that they're related, and I don't know if I want to throw out my theories yet. Yeah, just like in real life. Yeah, you're right.
Intrude.
Not at all.
Why did he say it like they were about to make out?
Speak freely, Otto.
I didn't mean to intrude. We were drinking.
Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
Josh was no more than the others. The others know the Blight is happening, but also that nothing can be done. But they don't care that it's spreading. Like, they're not trying to do anything. They're not trying to build ships to escape to the ocean. They're not looking for new lands. Like, they're not doing anything. Yeah, Don't Look Up. I refuse to watch that movie specifically because I know the premise of it, and that movie is just gonna piss me off the entire time. My phone is connected to my car stereo via Bluetooth. It says as the artist. Ooh, wait a minute, hold on. I'm an artist now. I like it. I'm the artist formerly known as Uncle. And usually drinking one thing led to another. It's gotta be the lamest excuse. I'm allowed to treat it like crack because you got. I can't even get involved in that. No, it kind of makes me laugh. Yeah, the Blight has been happening for a long time, but it's getting worse. Like it's according to this, the little cutscene, in the 5 years, apparently it's gotten significantly worse, and no one's trying to do anything. Which again is very relevant to modern society. Oh, I do have the album, the R&B album cover. Yeah, you're right. I do have a theory about what's going on though, and I think that they're kind of connected. But I don't know if I should say. Like, if I say, well, you guys aren't going to spoil it for me, right? Do that. Can I just jump off the side? Yeah, just jump off the side. No? So my theory is that the Blight is a byproduct of magic. That it's some sort of like it's the same way that if you use too much magic, it kills you faster as a bearer. I think that's what's happening to the land. I think that magic is what's killing the land, and it's what's causing the Blight. So ultimately, I think that their goal is going to be the same, and that is to remove the icons and remove magic completely. It's going to be the only thing that saves the land, is to remove magic, because the Blight is magic poison. Like, that's my theory. Don't confirm or deny. Wait, what am I? Oh, I have to go down. Right? I have to go down here? Oh, check the desk again? It's saying to go outside. Like, I know that those are the letters, but... It is Twitch as the album title? I checked the desk already. No, wait. Oh, the desk. I mean... Well, that's the wall of memories. What? It doesn't let me do anything. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh, okay, the little, okay, I remember that. Okay, so I guess you get more stuff. It's weird that Shark Tales is on Disney Plus. Not so much magic, but more like the usage of magic. Magic is technically what surrounds the world. It's like magic industrialization, but just No, but I mean the bearers themselves. Like I've asked before, I've said before that I find it strange that the bearers, the ones born with magic, are the slaves because they would be the more powerful. Usually in storytelling, they're the more powerful ones. But you guys said if you use too much magic, like if you use the magic, it kills you faster. So what if that's what's happening to the land? Is that as magic is, I mean, you find crystals, you know, magic is infused in the land. But if that's causing, maybe that's causing the blight, is what I'm thinking. Welcome to another my interesting stuff, conflicts, ideas, dementia, and then the game goes, it's not important anymore. Yeah, I mean that's I feel like a lot of games do that sometimes. I feel like there's a lot of story ideas and everybody wants to have their idea in the game, and then they need to pick and choose, and then they never go back and say, all right, we're not gonna make this a relevant thing. It's just something more important as areas come up, stuff that it drops is put in the lore documents. But is it stuff that gets resolved? That's the thing. Is it something that, oh, we need to figure out what's going to happen, and then we never find out what happens?
What do we know, Otto?
Yeah, you're not supposed to use that much magic.
The Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled.
Yeah, unresolved plot points. Is that probably the better way to say it?
But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive.
Why did you say that
Something's
name?
not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip.
Oh, check that
on
board
the
behind him.
Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Curse breakers. So they separate the FUs from the CKs?
Make sure everyone gets home safe.
It's a good job to have. It's noble. It's noble. That's a noble job to have. Find the curse breakers. Where are the curse breakers? Game. What did he say? Hold on. Otto, listen.
It's not that I don't trust Cole to do his bit.
I know we just talked, but I need you
It's
to
not I don't trust
fill
the
me back in
Empire
here.
to show any of us any mercy if we get in their way.
Oh, world map. World map. Start. Oh, back at the hideaway. Okay. No, wait, that's just a side quest. No, it says here. Isn't that where I was? A better phrase. Oh, yeah, unresolved.
What happened here?
Okay, here we go.
Come on. We need to find the others.
It threw me off when I went to the world map and it started the icon where I was supposed to go and not where I was. Language. Wait, well, this is the guy. Wait, who said the F word? We need the curse breakers. Somebody get the curse breakers here. This guy's saying the F word.
Let's get you to a physical.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes.
About to bonk his head.
They're saying the Imperials descended like a storm.
Boom.
No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Save Martha.
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey, sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something.
Can I have your autograph?
He said the soldiers were talking about a culling.
Ooh.
I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful
Well,
out there, Sid.
the word calling is not usually the word calling is not usually the best context.
Cole is right.
I ever tell you guys about Strathholm? Ugh.
It was a message.
But a culling.
Why did you say that name?
Property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
Clive, we must hurry, or there will be a culling. Why do you do that little hop every time I say culling? Oh my god, you're excited for it. Excited for what? The culling? I say they missed a chance in this quest to name it to make a Final Fantasy III reference.
They've killed my bear. I demand recompense.
Oi, look sharp.
Come on, let me just jump off the side here. This is fine. I don't need the elevator. Come on. Just hop off the side. I'll be fine. I'll be safe. Kind of miss Kingdom Hearts, Maleficent, and Pete kind of goes the wayside once the organization. Oh yeah, you're talking about that, like stuff that's left behind. I don't know. It kind of makes sense, but I feel like if you're not going to resolve a story, then maybe either use it for something else, or I don't know. I feel like there's better way. I feel like if you know you're gonna not resolve a story, I do question why you put it there. Like, even from a development standpoint, let's say you're a developer and you're like a story writer and you get charged with adding a side story to the game. And then at some point someone tells you, by the way, don't bother writing an ending. We're not going to finish this. It's like, then why am I writing this story? I should force myself to finish Xenoblade. I'm in chapter 15. I'm near the end, so I might. Yeah, finish it, Lilac. Finish it. I still think it's good. I think you'll maybe like the ending. I hope. The problem, Lilac, is you're not going to get the most out of Xenoblade Chronicles because you didn't play all of the Xenoblade games, all of the Xeno games that came before it. Now, if you had played them all in order, you would really like what's happening with. Just being annoying.
Look, up ahead.
Like I said, to them, they didn't feel like it was that important, but to me, I noticed things that were left. Yeah, it ends up being an empty sort of story thread.
Arthur, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened?
Xenoblade spoiled me about just leaping down where I needed to go.
The Black Shields.
The bastards caught
What would my cool badass name
when the
be?
sick rose from their beds. Poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive.
No.
Arthur, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
Of the silver snow. Ooh, that's kind of dope. Well, oh, you mean like just my name, just my silver name? Well, no, like these are the Black Shields, and then in Unicorn Overlord, there's the Black Talons. I think it's the Black Talons. You joke, but I can bring a series that does just that and is loved for it. Yeah, look at you. Silver Snow. So that'd be like my Game of Thrones name. But yeah, what would be my cool, like if I had an organization, if I had a group of people, what would I want to call us? I mean, the Silver Blades sounds cool. Like the Silver Blades. That sounds kind of cool. Which one is it? Isn't it? Oh. This one? Whoops, sorry. No, this one? Did I get them all? Oh. Oh, wait, it's a wild chocobo. I don't want to... Oh, man. I don't want to hurt the wild chocobo. I mean, I'm gonna. Oh, wait. Where am I? Okay. Haha. Ha! Sorry, it's been a while since I played it. The Silver Surfers, totally original. Yeah, I don't know. Would it be silver? I guess it would probably be silver. The Nuggets. Like even with KH, for example, there's the argument that KH is an actual series, while Final Fantasy, this game's story is most likely only have. Well, no, AGM. I was joking about 14. So like 14 is an interconnected story. So the joke that I was making was about 14. So that is an interconnected story. So yes, there is continuity in playing each expansion all the way through, just like Kingdom Hearts. Have you heard the news? Okay, Somber, have we heard the news? It's either Keanu Reeves is going to be Shadow in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, or Hexenhell is playing Mega Man X on GDQ on April 20th at 7:20 Eastern. It's one of those two. Or is it a third piece of news that I have not heard about? Henry Cavill's going to be a father, and all the women are crying, it should have been me. It should have been me, not him. Is it really? That's great. Wait, I thought he was no, it wasn't him. That's great. You know what? That's fair.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
There might still be someone inside. We should hurry. We should actually, I think there's some items over here. Hold on, I'll be right back. You be wrong, Agent. Talking about the idea. Oh, about the story leaving unresolved plots. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say. What? Warhammer's about to get the youngest player ever. He's just gonna have the baby on the table. Like that's gonna be his new Warhammer creature. Infant. It's gonna be like Infant of Demise, and he's just gonna play his baby in Warhammer. Wait, when you said the dead rose up, did you mean? Yeah. See, look, they're all ashy because they use magic, right?
No.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Yeah, so the bearers used all of their magic, and that's what it did to them. Kind of like what the Blight is doing.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the
Can I kill them?
Empire
Every time I
serious
want to kill
offense.
people, you tell me I shouldn't do that because there's some sort of morality issue. Can I kill them?
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
Only if they attack first. I don't want to give them the advantage.
Those words. Have you some honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
What's the one? Yeah. Wait, that guy was unconscious? I love moments like that. I love moments like that where he's really angry about something, and then I have the resources, and I can just pop off. Like it's thematic. It works with the theme of the situation where he's really angry, and then once I got control of him, he basically turned into a monster and went insane. Like that's so cool. Oh, it's the Black Shield of Rosario. Oh, okay. You can only fight if the good music cues up. He's like, what hasn't he got in trouble at school for saying his uncle was? Oh, I remember that story. With him.
I think so.
I like Henry Cavill. That's one of my nerd crushes. That's one of the people like as a nerd and a geek. If I had a chance to ever meet anybody, like he's the one. If you gave me the option to meet anybody, it would be him. Breath of the Wild, wind, couch.
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
9 mainline games that are all big continuous story. 036 is one big story for Ryu, and then Ichiban takes over and continues the story in Like a Dragon and Like a Dragon 2. Keith David. See, here's my problem. Like Keith David, I think it would be really cool to meet him and shake his hand and like ask him about stuff, but not as a geek. Right, I don't know if Keith David is a geek. If I sit down with him and I say, man, I want to talk about, your PC that you built, or you're excited for Warhammer or Witcher, or like does Keith David, like I would love to just talk to him about his career, but that's going to be mostly me saying to him, hey man, I loved you in this, and then ask a bunch of questions about it. Yeah, like Henry Cavill, like I'd want to meet him and like talk geeky stuff with him. You can kill these guys because there isn't a child here, so the devs don't have to worry about being a controversial choice. So the thing about Yakuza director wants to move on from several older characters, but because they are fan favorites, he's been unable to.
Calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look at that one guy.
Clive, he's breathing.
Oh. Kill him so we can tell everybody that this was a massacre.
Arthur, we're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are now. Hey, Donator. Well, the ones that are here.
If only that were true.
Yeah, exactly. Keith David was the arbiter, and Henry Cavill will know more about it.
Will return.
And that's not a problem for Keith David. It's just it means that he's not, as a geek crush, he's not someone that I want to meet.
Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid, where are you? Sid!
In here. We found a survivor.
How much of 14? There's tons of 14 left. This is 16.
He's gone.
They could have done that way more brutally, and I'm kind of glad they didn't. That could have been particularly brutal, and they didn't. And I'm almost kind of glad, but I'm almost kind of like, damn, I wish they would have.
The bears.
All the dying bears using their last of their magic, using their lives, really, to save Martha and the priest.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
Which I'm still surprised we haven't seen that happen more.
Remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Riddick's jump.
Dude, is that the ashes of everybody?
He'd have taken the dust there
really?
himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to.
I'll do it.
Did they scoop up everybody's ashes? What am I looking at in this bag here?
Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Didn't happen more because then Clive would be too busy. Government struggled with the name of famous actors. Yeah, we know. Keanu Reeves is going to be Shadow. Patch notes for 16. One of the changes they made is easier to pet Torgal and reduce the time in between. There's a timer in between petting him. Get over here.
Now feel good, boy.
Oh, you're a good boy. Best boy Patch. Yeah, right there, well, like that guy that was sitting there and he, talking to him and breathing his last breath. If he was, I don't know why this is how my brain works. I put together like these horrible scenarios. If he was more gray, like more ashy, and then like with his dying breath, he said, save us, whatever he says, like what he says at the end. If he slumps over and then when his head hits the floor, it like is ash. Right, like so it like breaks apart because it's ash. That would have been like, oh my god, that's brutal. Have you heard the news? Shadow's going to be voiced by Johnny Depp. But he's going to be doing a Keanu Reeves impression. They added custom control layouts. Oh, yeah, because you're stuck using just the ones that they give you. Hey, Rag. You had a good weekend. That's good. Wait, what's this crystal thing that I'm fighting? Should I be hitting that? What is that? Should I have been hitting that? Oh, that's my Ramu skill. Oh, I haven't really used the Ramu skills. Oh, okay. Remember, we got it, and I didn't really get a chance to practice with it. So that's what that is? Is that the thunder thing? That's that thing. So what does it do exactly? Yeah, we didn't actually practice with any of it. Remember, we got it, and then we basically wrapped up. Abilities. Hey, look! I can't get any more ability points. So what is it? What do I have? This? Calls for the powerful thunderstorm. No. What do I have? Is it this thing? That thing. Okay. Create a ball of lightning that upon being struck chains lightning to other nearby. Okay, yeah, I didn't realize that I had this. Alright, yeah, I kind of want that. Because that's like a dot that I can put on the field and then I can switch to my other powers and still hit it. Doesn't disappear when I switch off of the lightning power, does it? Yeah. Okay, lightning rod. And then this is the pile driver thing. I'm always sort of wary of stuff like this because if I knock everything back... What's this? Thunderstorm. There's too much lag here. If I knock everything back, I can't... Like, it feels like it's going to drag my combos out. That I don't like. And this just takes too long. And this, how long does this take to recharge? Details. 27-second cooldown. That's not bad. I like Judgment Bolt. What? That's this one? This one. Oh, this thing. Okay, yeah, that's like a superpower. In fact, use that, target it, and when enemies go near gouge the orb and watch how grow. Wait, what? Damage for random enemies will be increased, so mooks are easier to kill faster. I think the screen nuke is the only one worth investing in. I don't know. I kind of like this. Not this one. This one. This is kind of sick. I'm gonna put this on. Let me put that on and try that out. So this is... think I want to put that there. I don't like how long it takes. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this backwards. There we go. Wait. How did that? I want to do that backwards. I want to put... I can't put lightning rod on square? There we go. No, wait. Huh? Oh, wait. It's not like both of them. I'm sitting here thinking I push the button and then it goes on that one. So this is the one that's on square. Yeah, because I can do that. And then for this one, that's the knockback. I want to make this... I think I can... Yeah, that's probably the knockback. That's good. Lightning's good for hitting it. Yeah, see, that's why I do kind of like when that happens, too. So that's Thunderstorm. This is the Pile Driver one. So I'm going to put that there. Startup animation for Thunderstorm counts as an attack. Oh, that spinny thing. That was a spinny thing. I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to leave it like this and see how we do. Grudisco Gouge. Oh, the one that does a lot of slashes. And each hits. Oh, yeah. So that's good. So I put them on square. That's easier for me to remember to do. The knockback one also hits big enemies a few times. Oh, because it has a big radius. All right, so I think we're good. I think we're good with that setup there. I just have to remember how to use everything. And I have to play this game for more than an hour a day. Am I missing something? No, up and around. You can master move to attach them to any Eidolon. Useful for me as I really like Garuda's ability, but less so her moves. I don't know. I like the gouge thing, the slashes. Is that an Aramon? Oh, it is. Hey, what the heck is this? Bounty? What? Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, or more ferocious than most. While flight is always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown. Ooh, more renown, huh? I have that. They have that in Unicorn Overlord. But also rare materials that can be used to craft new gear or... Ooh, wait a minute.
The thing has spotted us, Torgal. What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Ah, come on. Get over here. Come here. Oh, come on. Oh, he moves too much. I'm not going to be able to do what I want to do. Whoops. I switched the wrong power. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, so I have to do that first. Ow, ow. There we go. Ah, I messed that up. All right, so I got to do the thunder first. Get out! Whoops, sorry.
Nice try.
All right, here we go. Ah, come on, man. It moved too far back. Whoa. There's a lot happening here. It's very busy. Well, that power doesn't really last a long time, huh? That limit break power thing. Whoa. Yeah, you can upgrade the limit break to last longer. Yeah, the limit would be great. It doesn't last. Like, I feel like I use it, and by the time I'm like really in the swing of it, it's over. As you get more icons, you can help master moves and stick them on Garuda, so you don't lose the half stagger grab. The only Garuda Garuda only ability. All right, not bad.
You didn't see that coming.
It's just not what I'm expecting out of a super move, right? Like when you go all rage mode in God of War, for instance, it feels like it lasts forever. It feels like what I'm doing in God, like I forget what it's called in God of War. It feels like I have enough time to do something significant. And it feels like in this game, I get a little bit of extra damage. And, right, like, it's not like I'm doing it and then I'm taking a quarter of their bar. I'm doing it and I'm getting some extra hits. And then by the time, because me personally, I'm not really good with the switching between the skills and using them all really quickly. By the time I get to some of the good ones, the power's already out. Yeah, it's just what you did, but a bit harder, and you heal. Yeah, and you heal. Like, that's good. It's not a bad thing. It's just kind of like, it's not really what I'm expecting. But to be fair, it also seems to recharge really fast. So I feel like I'm thinking of it as a limit break, which is obviously what it's supposed to be, but it really just operates like a temporary power-up. Which is kind of funny to say, but that's what it is.
They are truly free.
Do you ever see the end of Big Lebowski when he goes to spread his ashes, but the wind is blowing?
It's more than they deserve.
Yeah, it's more of a buff than a limit break or a special move. I feel like I would rather have my limit break just be one powerful attack. I would rather have it that I hit the buttons and I get some crazy giant swing that's different for each icon that I have on. Kratos drinks a nice can of Monster Energy and gets ultra powerful for a few seconds. Because the dude's just standing there. He's just like, it's just like killing his face. I already have, what, like the super moves? No, separate from my, I don't have a, well, you have the, no, what do you mean? What do you mean I have a, what's this, by the way? Oh, this thing. Yeah. What do you mean I have a super move? Like a super powerful one-time attack. What am I doing? I think it's fair, especially considering how epic summons are in 15. Flames of Rebirth, everybody. Oh no, but they have to take up an attack slot. Actually, Ronan, that's a good point. I would rather the limit breaks be those moves, but more powerful versions of them, and that way I can have my two actual. Because the thing is, the Flames of Rebirth, the Aerial Blast, the Judgment Bolt, they don't feel like I'm supposed to use them in a combo. They feel like they are super attacks. So to have them mapped to my buttons with the other buttons, it kind of makes me feel like, man, I wish that these were separate. Given the amount of cooldown that they have, I don't want to eat up my slots with an attack that's very useful, but then takes 5 minutes. Literally 5 minutes. I would rather they have been maybe a little more powerful, and then they be my limit break attacks. Yeah, they feel like combo enders, but I don't want to end my combos. I want to keep going. Oh, wait, sorry. Ran right past you, huh?
No one's
Again, not a problem. Just I think I would have preferred it that way.
I'm sorry.
And I wouldn't have that much of a problem if the limit break transformation thing lasted longer or felt like it was stronger.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands.
Ash, actually, there wasn't any more blood.
That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The
Oh, thank God you said it.
Moons ago, of black-clad devils.
Yeah, moves that I say for when the boss is staggered. Well, later, Kia, have a good one. Yeah, we're going to wrap up here in a second.
I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times, you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable.
You knew? Can I kill her?
Which begs the question, why do it at all?
Later, D, have a good one.
Has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
No, mommy
and
issues.
What goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones.
Swords or men? Which ones do you want? Okay.
Again and threaten my people. They're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
One last question, Martha. What the hell is a Stolas?
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Flames of River already does decent damage, but upgraded, it does it does double its damage and lasts and heal longer. It's worth investing. Aerial Blast, and that move is for stun and blinding yourself. Yeah, I may be Sid in title, but I'm also Clive. I don't know half of what you just said. It's like, that's all very good and interesting. And then he leans over to Jill like, you can explain this to me later, right? Just, give me the bullet points. What? The following cheatery will be repaid with a swift boot in the arse. Mucking, stacking, packing, peeking, palming, foisting. Okay. I mean, that last one is really an opinion about whether or not you like it. Okay. Okay, so where's... Oh, wait. Okay, so that has a plus. So that's an important side quest. This is going to add a stat or something to me, right? These are the good ones? How long is this one going to take?
Don't just pass me by.
That's the one we were looking for before.
Handy with that sword of yours. Of course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? because a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos.
You
Yes,
heard me right?
we love chocobos.
Wild
There's
birds?
2 out in the wild.
The
You haven't
big ones?
you haven't seen them, have
Not
you?
just any chocobos
Oh,
at that.
oh, Marshall.
Whiteheart and
Oh,
Harf-
murder most foul.
bravest birds
Foul.
you ever did see.
Because they're birds, get it?
They protect travelers round these parts from bandits and
Yeah,
the
but
like.
2 of them attacked me.
Chocobos. Fighting bandits.
It's true. Why,
Oh.
they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Oh, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
Special as in you're repeating second grade or actually special?
All right.
It's hard to pronounce this chocobo differently every other sentence.
Where can I find these chocobos?
Chocobo.
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You saved Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world.
Oh, we'll kill
He's
that
a
poor
hero to
chocobos.
us locals.
Well, if you see
Don't
my
worry.
son, will you ask him to come back?
Her when you see her, right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no good bastards a hiding from me.
If I see your son, I'll tell him to come back. What was he wearing? Oh, tall man. He had a few friends with him. They were wearing black armor. Oh. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, okay. If you see them, please tell them to come back. The chocobos have been killed. Anybody, do you guys know? By the way, I'm saying all this stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm referencing? I feel like some of you are probably like, what the hell is he saying? Meow. Item. I wasn't paying attention. Wow, that's good. That's probably the best way to watch a stream, Ronan. It's just not pay attention to half of it. That's good. It bodes well. This guy again. No, I forget who makes it. It's the video of it's this guy that does like rotoscoped animation, and it's like when you play an RPG for the first time, and the guy breaks out of prison and he kills a rat and he kills like a zombie or something, but then he finds out that like they weren't monsters. So like he shows up. He's looking for a quest. He shows up to a town looking for a side quest, and they give him the quest. Yeah, it's so funny. I have to remind me when I'm gonna wrap up this quest. Remind me when I wrap up the quest. I'll link it to you. There's 3 parts to it. It's so funny though. See, I hate that because then he hops forward. There we go. Haha. All right. I don't think that's not the point of why I was here. Notice someone talks to him to Clive when he's in his, now that his mark is gone, so you're not really gonna get any. The funny thing is, with that, like, all right, he doesn't have the brand. He also has a gigantic scar on his face. I feel like I can put 2 and 2 together here. Oh, you should treat him nicely. He doesn't have a brand on his face. He does have a massive scar though, that is brand shaped. So, do we think is it a leap to understand what probably happened here? No one in this game will put that together. He's also wielding a big ass sword. You could say, to be fair though, Lilac, he was wielding a big ass sword when, oh no, I see what you're saying. So they think that he was injured. I don't know. I would probably still put 2 and 2 together. Oh look, that's so you know it's the important one.
We got you
Oh, of course.
You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Well, they might, but I'm not going to give you the chance.
Why's that?
I'm sorry. I need to come up with better
She's
lines.
something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Actually, I'm just going to hurt you anyway.
Yes,
I'm not going to wait for you to hurt her.
Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn
So let's believe that Clark Kent and Superman are the same person, and nobody is fooled by a pair of glasses. I always took that as like, obviously it's probably the case, but even though it's right, like, he does such a good job. I think that's something that I think they do a good enough job emphasizing that. But he does such a good job as Clark Kent, making it seem like there's no possible way. So I feel like that's something where people say, "Oh, he could be Superman. He looks just like him, but there's no way that's him." Right? Superman is amazing, and Clark Kent is Clark Kent. New enemies. Of course, new enemies approach right as I do that. Oh, look at that guy. Aha. Ow. Ah, I was trying.
That's better. Let's try.
Woo! Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, I thought I had that. Oh, that hit. Oh, that hit me. Oh, no way. Oh, my. Why? Ew. It's like gross. That gross, like, liquidy, strangling, gargling sound was terrible in my ears. So then one of those points the game kind of drops because they need Clive to be able to travel unobstructed the rest of the game. Yeah, it's not bad. It's interesting. It is kind of funny that, like no one in the game. Like, I feel like that would have been a funny, like, you know, you look like you're not a bearer and you handle yourself well in a fight. But that scar on your face, right? Just to have somebody acknowledge that it's there, but then actually that would be a good thing. Like, that scar on your face makes me suspicious, but that big sword tells me not to ask questions. I think that would have been a cool, like, you just throw that in there for somebody to say it.
White heart, I presume.
One of the yellow ones steps up, is like, no, that's me. Why did you just assume that?
Do you know her, boy?
Other people tried to dunk on Captain America with the baseball cap. Fans said people are dumb and no one recognized him. But in Spider-Man: Far From Home, Mysterio's right in several scenes and no one noticed because he was wearing a cap. Yeah, like I feel like there's a lot of oh, this is the bird. Oh wait, yeah, okay. Ah, that's great. Oh wait, do I get a bird to ride around on? Oh. Sorry, buddy. No chicken tonight. Oh, wait. There's two more.
And you found yourself a flock.
Oh,
Is it
the
over?
white chocobo flocks. Yes.
I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, are you
Say
sorry,
goodnight,
Master?
Queen. What was the chicken's name in 16?
I knew
In
you
Rebirth.
And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
Was it Pico? Annoying. Yeah, what was the bird? She's like, good night, Pico. It was like the real dark quest in 7 Rebirth.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or
Was
two
it
from her
Pipoli?
master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like
Yay.
her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Never mind. I don't want to ask questions.
I didn't mean to. No matter who you are, you done right by me.
what is it?
Penelope. Penelope?
She wants
Was
the
that the
master
chicken's
back.
name? You know which quest I'm talking about, right?
Told you. And it seems our pals agree.
Yay.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be
I hated
all
that
about
chicken
this
quest with a
tonight.
passion. No, not the chocobo, the chicken in final in 7 Rebirth. The chicken quest. With the very comical ending. Yeah, I didn't think that quest was difficult. I just love the ending of it. Yeah, there we go. Now, can this one jump off of any cliff and fly a little bit? And I don't need very special ramps.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Nothing.
A few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her
I agree
right
that stupid,
to happiness and
stupid
more
noisemaker wouldn't
besides.
move. That was an annoying
Mark,
quest though,
we'll
but
get
it
on
wasn't
just
difficult.
fine without her.
Just took time.
You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now.
Wait, they all have riding gear.
You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you? No. No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh?
And you don't have a mark. You just have a giant scar on your face.
Pay me no mind. Let's be on my way.
I'm sorry. It's right there for you to not put that together. It's not like he doesn't have anything on his face.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
That chocobo has a fluffy tail. Yeah, like that was right there. He was literally looking right at him and questioning the problem. Okay. So chocobo unlocked. All right, so how do I do this? After 18 long years, Clive has been reunited with his faithful steed. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia, and X to mount the chocobo. Oh my god, is this going to be like Rebirth again, where the chocobos come out of nowhere?
Come on.
Alright. So, oh, she's here. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think she was here. Alright, what are the... Oh, rein in? Okay. Gallop, rein in, disembark. This chocobo controls better than the one in Rebirth. Oh my god, I can already tell it does.
Run like the wind.
Run like the wind, bullseye. All right, so where are we going? I guess I'm going back, right? Return to the hideaway. I kind of miss my and that's that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, this world is so this world that I feel like if every time you got on the chocobo, it played whimsical chocobo music, it would kind of go against everything else. Like, look at the environment. It's grim, it's bleak, it's always like this, which is fine for the world that it's in. But I kind of miss that little bit of whimsy. I miss that little bit of like, oh, I'm going to get it on the chocobo and it's going to play a funny song. It's like the funny song would feel out of place if I did that. So I want to go world map. This one isn't as fast as the one at Rebirth, but the ones in Rebirth, I feel like the ones in Rebirth, they operated like 3-wheel shopping carts. Never forget Metal the Chocobo, but it was still fun. It wasn't, maybe not whimsical, but it was still fun. 15, see, I didn't play 15. 15's Chocobo music was a banger. Wait, what am I doing here? Hello? There we go. They changed the icon design a bit and changed the names. You wouldn't be able to tell if this was Final Fantasy very easily. Like, it's not a problem. It just I'm not saying it in a sense that it's a problem. I'm saying it in a sense that we always like those things about Final Fantasy, but I feel like those things wouldn't fit in this world. You know what I mean? Like, if you had that silly music that played, it wouldn't fit. It wouldn't fit the rest of the scenery. Which it doesn't always every second have to be the intense Final Fantasy 16 / Game of Thrones experience, but it's probably going to stand out when it doesn't. Still, I'd take it. I mean, I got my Moogles. I'm happy for that. And apparently there's an Elden Ring Tonberry in here. Okay. Oh, or like, if you could have an epic funny song. Also, I feel it shouldn't matter given how much it plays, even in 14, where the main song is the end of the world. When you ride, it's always a silly track. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is always kind of, it's also tough for 14 because 14 is so broad, right? Not all of 14 feels like this. It's not all of 14 is grim dark, and not all of it is ridiculous. You know, so 14 is so wide. There's a lot of different tones in that game. Yeah, 8 didn't have chocobos. 8 just had cars, and I don't think 8 played music. Actually, 8 didn't have chocobos at all, did it? Did 8 not have any chocobos? I know you didn't ride them. I don't think you rode them. It did. Yeah, the Tonberry is crazy for this game. It's DLC. The Tonberry's, like, if you guys haven't seen it yet, look up the Tonberry for Final Fantasy 16. It looks like an Elden Ring boss. Choco-Chick was in the main game, and then it was used in the Pocket Station. Oh, the Pocket Station. I was just thinking about that today. Those are expensive too. I think the Pocket Stations became rare. Hang on one second here. Oh, that's not bad. $30. I don't know if that's new or yeah, $30. I always thought that they were more. So I think they're expensive if you get like a sealed one, but I mean that's always going to be the case. 8 does have chocobos. Okay. Okay, it's not a bad thing. It's just why I feel that very not Final Fantasy feeling, because this tone is so different than a lot of like the stuff that's. It's not even that a lot of the stuff that feels like Final Fantasy isn't here. It feels like a lot of that stuff wouldn't even fit. You know what I mean? Okay. Give me a second here. Iron's on in the middle of the day. Rolling around in the here, I'll send you to. Okay, you gonna mute? I hate when it does this. It's like not responding. Twitch. What the F, Twitch? Respond. I think it is responding. Wait, what? What's happening? I'm trying to mute. Okay, there we go. I love the Manderville side quest in 14. I was hoping Greg will make it to a certain character's introduction maybe tomorrow. I'll try to get to the game faster tomorrow, and that way we went into a crazy tangent today, which is not unfair because it was about Final Fantasy. So we'll try and get into I'll try and get into the game a little bit faster. There we go. Wasn't working that first time. All right. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you very much, everybody, for stopping in, for hanging out. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you for letting me go back and forth on Final Fantasy 14. I'm always actually kind of nervous about talking about 14 because of that exact reason. Because I know that I didn't love it as much as everybody else does, or feels like everybody else does. So whenever I saw it, which is kind of true for everything, but whenever I criticize it in some way, I always feel like I'm hurting people's feelings. You know what I mean? I put a clip in Discord. I changed the skills. Oh, what was that? Yeah, you said that you put a clip in there, like all of the combos I can do with the stuff that I have. Oh, where is this Final Fantasy benchmark thing? Where is that? Do I have access to that? Is that something that I can download to take a look at? I changed the skills to be what you have, but it shows what I was on about with the lightning orb. I love hanging out with my friends in 14. The game is just AGM. It's like if all you really like is hanging out and talking to people, you don't have to pay $15 a month for that, you know, or however much it is if you buy multiple months at a time. It's on the lodestone, and I can get it. Okay. Yeah, it's like stepping on hot coal. I mean, which is exactly why I've said that there are certain games that I won't play on. I won't play for the millionth time. I won't play Earthbound on stream. I would have to. It would have to be like a donation marathon or something. I would have to do something very specific for me to play Earthbound because I didn't like it. And I know that people, I know at one point people were like crazy defensive of Earthbound. So I wouldn't, not only would I not want to worry about people coming in here and being pissed off at me, I don't want to piss anybody off. Like, I don't want anybody to be like, oh man, he's sitting here trashing my favorite game. I'm like, yeah, it's just not, you know, if you told me that you hate, I mean, I've had people tell me that they didn't like Final Fantasy Tactics, and they told me that they hate that kind of gameplay, or they like that kind of gameplay, but Tactics just didn't do it for them. It was too difficult. It was too convoluted. There were too many different threats. Like, I've heard tons of complaints about that game, and I'm just like, okay, you know. But I don't know. But I'm also kind of like, if you don't like it, so what? But a lot of people say that they're like that. Right? A lot of people say that they are, well, if you didn't like it, that's okay. And then you say you don't like it, and then they say, yeah, but here's why you're wrong. That's me. I don't like Tactics. And it's okay to be wrong. It's okay. That one guy came with the man Melee. Oh, yeah. I mean, of course. Good times. Good times. Meanwhile, I've trashed Lord of the Rings, Xenoblade, and several other games. Yeah, you've trashed Lord of the Rings here? I never heard you. I mean, I know you said that you didn't like... Well, see, here's the thing, like you also played Xenoblade, right? You're also towards the end of Xenoblade 1. I have started Earthbound 5 separate times, and I get 2 to 3 hours into it, and I just can't take it anymore. You know? Lord of the Rings, I mean, I've heard people trash Lord of the Rings. I've heard people trash Lord of the Rings as like it's the walking simulator movies. You know, it's just a lot of adventuring, and you know, and then of course all of the sort of complaints like, why didn't they just fly the ring to Mordor? And you have all of that stuff. So, like I hear that all the time, and I'm sitting there like, I think they're good movies. I haven't watched them in forever. I really need to. I think I mentioned that before too. I need to go back and watch them. It's been a while since I watched those movies. I forgot what we were playing. Oh, you're asking what was wrong in the game. And I said, well, at least it isn't as bad as Lord of the Rings. Oh, I wonder what that was that we were doing. I mean, I have the VODs over on YouTube if you want to go and check it out. I got to upload Fridays, I think. I have it uploaded. I think I have to make it live. I'm torn. I'll ask you one thing before I head out. I'm torn about one thing. I don't think I want to upload. Yeah, shouldn't fight. Different opinions are fine, unless you don't agree. Then you're wrong. So I've been trying to keep up on uploading all the stuff over to YouTube, like the VODs over, so that people can go back and check it out if they miss anything. The one thing I'm torn about is uploading community day games, Saturday stuff, because especially this last Saturday when we were in voice chat and you could hear other people talking, I'm always it's sort of like a privacy issue where I don't know if I want other people like. It's weird. Like, obviously you have permission to be public because you're here and if you get on voice chat and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like it's one of those situations where you're okay to be on stream, but maybe you don't want to be uploaded in person and to be honest, it's also just the case of, I don't know. I feel like it's more special if you kind of have to be here for it. But that doesn't really make any sense because if you see the community day stuff, you want to see it. So I don't know. I'm not really sure. And I was going to ask you guys, I mean, you guys seem to be okay with it, but I was just going to ask you like what you think about that. And because what happens when we do Jackbox, if we happen to do Jackbox or Quiplash, is that what it's called? Whatever the one was that we did with SGB and it was really raunchy. Like what happens when we do something like that? And, do you want your name associated with some crude joke that you make? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a great. Yeah, I don't know. I that's why I didn't upload Saturdays, and I didn't upload. I've been uploading every day, but I didn't upload this past Saturdays or the one before it. You're a Twitch. Yeah, I'm a Twitch streamer, not a Pornhub creator. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm making illicit videos or anything and then uploading them without your opinion. So without your opinion. Without your permission. I'm sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess I will do it. We'll see what happens. All right. But there's not much difference these days. As far as we know, I just don't talk about it here. But like I said, it's going to do it for today. Tomorrow we'll be back normal time, 2 p.m. Eastern. So I'll try to be here. We were like 15 minutes late, so that wasn't a problem today. At this point, 15 minutes late is right on time. So and I'll try to get into the game a little bit faster tomorrow so that we can get through some more of the story. But for right now, I'm going to send you over to... Hang on one sec. I really wish this raid channel window thing worked better. We've been getting a lot of bots lately. I'm kind of worried about that. Why? I hate the. Hang on. Yeah, thank you. Jesus. Pick the person that's on my list. I'm typing in the person's name and it's not coming up on the list. AI Revolution. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of bots. The problem is the way I know, first of all, I should still have it on followers. Like you have to be following for a certain while before you talk. That should always be the case now. I'm going to kind of keep that way. I've noticed that's been catching a lot of people, like a lot of bots and stuff, because I'm getting follows. And then I look a little bit later and it says user not found, which means somebody made that account and then they deleted that account. So that's how I know it's a bot. And I think what's chasing away the bots is that I've got the follower thing on there, so they can't come in here and just immediately start talking. So I've noticed that's been catching people, so I'm going to keep that on for a little while. And this summer, it always gets a little bad, so I think when it switches to summer, I'm going to switch it to, like, following for a day or something, which kind of sucks. I don't like the idea that people follow and then they can't say anything for a day, but I think that's been catching bots, so I'm going to leave that on for that. But for right now, I'm going to send you over to Strawberry Jam. Strawberry Jam is playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. But thank you once again, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all tomorrow.